Welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. This is the world of Atlaran. We've entered the early stages of an industrial age that has begun taming the wilderness across the world. And while progress brings solutions, it also brings new and more complex problems, and tends to pick at old wounds left unhealed. The first trains have begun to run in the north along with airships, but the long-ignored issues of stolen land, pollution, and deforestation have begun to fester, to name only a few. But our focus and our second story is on one small group of new allies and their own struggles and battles against a changing, dangerous world. Our particular window in time falls 500 years after the calamity and the great shattering of Harris. With any luck, this story will resonate across time like the last.
Christmas Fortunemær, a dodgy charlatan formerly of the Jade Street Crows gang, but he doesn't remember that part of his life. With a 5-year memory gap and having only recently rediscovered friends he'd forgotten, Christmas is suddenly on a dangerous path left by his former self. Thankfully, he's a master of charm, theatrics, and disguise, and when those don't work, he has found family that, whether he remembers them or not, will fight to the last beside him.
Magda Wrenly, a professional mercenary and member of the revered Taiylor clan of monster hunters. With a wasting curse weighing on her shoulders that can't be dismissed by normal means, Magda has been left to search for an unconventional cure. Now, she's found herself with a group of allies she didn't ask for, and friends whose love she doesn't understand. Years of dealing with regret, ill health, and distrust have left her slow to ask for help.
Noah Borago, a cheery alchemist from Reese's Ridge and son of a well-known engineer and apothecarist. Noah's upbringing was colorful, to say the least, leading to his expertise in potions and mechanical contraptions. He's out in the world to find new ideas and support the family business. But now, he's stumbled into a pile of issues that most rich kids from the suburbs just don't deal with. But in his own words, usually with a gun and a grin leveled at the current problem, "Don't you worry there, guy, everything's gonna be hunky-dory."
Foostrak Wildborn, a wandering warrior from the Nathar clan and student of the runic battle traditions of the Giantkin. Raised by folk who believed in the survival of the fittest, but refused to adapt to the modern world, Foostrak left the clan to seek outside knowledge to hopefully bring home one day. He is set on helping his people survive, even if they're stuck in their old ways and don't realize how badly they need his insight.
It is just so funny to watch all of you while we're sitting there and you're all being quiet, and that you just know every single one of you is ADHD.
Oh, yeah.
You cannot sit still and do nothing.
Nope.
Anyway, we're here now.
Uncomfortable.
Yeah, I was like, what the fuck is taking so long? Yeah, hello everybody. Welcome to the Atlaran Adventuring Company. I'm your Dungeon Master Taiylor Wallace, and joining me I have Astrid Knight.
Hello, you can find me
Yeah.
everywhere at Astrid K. Writes and my website, astridknight.com. I wrote a book. It's called Perception Check. Woohoo. D&D. Being said, disco music. Get it today.
Wow, alright.
Also, hold on. I do
Yeah.
actually have a new thing. I am going to be on D&D one shot tomorrow.
Oh yeah.
For TBR Con. It is an online convention. And so if you are wanting to watch a one shot where it was described as a cozy haunted house mystery, come and watch me play a tiefling bard who is socially awkward. Very much not like me in real life. Haha.
No, it's
yeah.
gonna be a tiefling bard.
If you look up if you look up hashtag TBRCon 2023, it has more details. And I believe it is under SFF Addicts Podcast. So Sci-Fi Fantasy Addicts Podcast. So if you look that up, you should be able to find all the details. But it is tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern Time.
You picked the gayest class race combination in
I
all
know.
of D&D.
I know.
All right.
If it's a cozy mystery and like the lady who owns the pastry shop with the cat doesn't solve it, it's not real.
Or she doesn't make a pie with the cat. It's yeah.
That's not a cozy mystery.
Yeah,
that's
no,
pretty cozy to me.
Oh,
I don't know about you, but Sweeney Todd is a comfort movie for me.
Everybody loves popping pussies into pies.
Indeed. What an idea. Anyway, we also have Blake Wolfe.
Uh-huh.
What do you mean center my camera? I'm in the center of my camera, Koop.
You're really not.
What
No,
do you
you're
mean?
not.
In what way?
One, I love how I sent that secretly to you so we wouldn't talk about it on the stream.
But like, I don't know what way I'm not centered.
You're off to one side of the center of your camera.
What?
Yeah, we're not talking about horizontally or vertically, we're talking about horizontally.
Oh,
Stop.
well, now you're just
Good
tilting
Lord.
it down.
All right, stop talking about that. Ben, go about your thing.
Okay. Sorry, I'm just like watching. My name's Blake R. Wolfe. I also write books, wrote a bunch of them. They're fantasy, they're gay. There's also some werewolf smut that apparently people enjoy. More werewolf smut and gay fantasy on the way. Yeah. Yep, that's me. That's what I got. Oh, I'm on TikTok, I guess.
I mean, that's important.
Okay.
Okay. We also have Zack Gale.
Hey, everybody. I write spooky shit. This is my book. Some empty houses might really be haunted. And yeah, it's full of like, I'm going to stab Ash. I live 2 minutes away. Every time I say my book title.
So quietly.
It is so funny, though. Some haunted houses might really be empty
so
is hysterical.
I'm so surprised you heard me.
If you need me to mute Ash at any moment, I do have that power.
You know, if you could do it for like the next 4 hours,
Sure.
I would love. Yeah. So I write spooky stuff. You should check it out. And I'm on Twitter, I guess. Kind of. I'm not good at it. I don't spend a lot of time on there.
Wow, what a way to sell yourself.
Nobody's good at Twitter because
Nobody's
Twitter's
good.
awful.
Twitter hates everybody, and everybody hates Twitter.
Yeah.
I mean, admittedly, Elon Musk is the worst at Twitter.
Yes.
Mhm.
Like, granted, it didn't crash and burn and go away forever. It was never actually going to, but it might as well have. We also have Zach Koop, who is a writer.
I mean, I write stuff for D&D. That's basically
I'm
the
just,
extent
like,
of my writing.
teasing you now.
I'm waiting for you to be like,
I'm sorry,
I know how to write.
You like teasing me now? Only
I know, I
now?
like teasing you about
Not
that.
Since we've
No.
like met? Anyway.
No.
Yeah, I'm here too. If you want to see me rave about how horrible the Denver Broncos are at finding a new coach, you can go over there to my Twitter and don't do it. Don't go there. It's
Fort
bad.
Bowl.
At
Anyway.
least it's not as bad. Like, sports aren't as bad as Final Fantasy VIII. Anyway, as I mentioned, my name is Taiylor Wallace, Dungeon Master and editor at one point or another. You can find me on Twitter at Taiylor Wallace. Make sure you spell Taylor wrong with an I and a Y.
Highway.
IY.
Mm.
Or you'll never find me. You're too lazy.
Just gonna
to, like,
Skexy over here.
you're too lazy to pick your head up to actually say the thing.
Mhm.
But yeah, make sure you misspell Taylor. You never find me. All of our links are in our link tree on screen or the descriptions wherever you're watching or listening. That's going to be Linktree. There's a dot between the R and the double E, and I think that's dumb. But Linktree/@Atlaran Adventure & Co. And if you do like our stream and want to support us, check out the Redbubble link in particular. We might, in the future, not now, but in the future, have something fun and new up there from our dear friend Alina. We'll see. But anyway, last time, I actually caught up all the notes, caught up all the videos, so like all the VODs are up, everything. Last time was episode 54, Fractured Collective. You guys finished off Osdala, but not before she could finish off Squall, the Lycari of Storms. Noah had pinned her prone to the floor in her scorpion form with an immovable rod, knowing that if she tried to push past it, the teeny tiny little area of 8,000 pounds of pressure would probably hurt her a lot before she got free. Magda got to show off some of her fun new stuff, like the Sanguine Miasma, which you won your bet against me. And then Christmas handed off Overwatch to Sala after shooting a couple times. And Noah decided to finish her off with just the ultimate Noah thing, which is dumping out a bag of dynamite and bowling a flaming sphere into it. Thankfully, Foostrak is immune to fire damage.
Clothes weren't, though.
Nope. Tired front half of you.
Yeah, it's fine.
With the back half of Osdala's scorpion body completely disintegrated, the front half fell out of the tower. Magda, with her new magpie wings, jumped out of the tower to go fetch a tiny scorpion tail left behind. And Christmas polymorphed into a...
Deep crow. Oh.
It was the pincer. I've got it written
I
down.
thought you were like... God, keep talking, Taiylor. Good lord. That was like, Ben.
No.
No.
God, Taiylor, Jesus.
Listen, I didn't know what you were getting at. But yes, Christmas polymorphed into a deep crow, and you guys flew back, Noah using his skeletal wings. On your way back, you got a little message from Sav, telling you to give up or die, or potentially give up and die. Who knows? He also
Joke's
gave
on
you,
him, I do that every day.
right?
Give up and die.
Give up and die. That's like telling someone to surrender and die, and it's like, don't you mean or? No. But
It's a
after
very
that,
crucial conjunction.
after that, Sav named off a number of people close to you guys, including Squall. Squall himself fell in the battle, and all that was left behind was his hammer and shattered pieces of a crystal, which you guys brought back when you reported into General Joachim Hendrick of the GWC. You brought Squall's remains to the Lycari, and you had a little bit of a conversation with some of them, and Kenna and Kit and whatnot. Vesper volunteered out of the whole lot to go with you guys to Stjernegard. Noah, I don't think you forgot, but you just never used them. You gave up your Almatum Fog Bomb and another and Dryad Fluff that you had taken, and gave those to Kit to make sure that they don't get out of hand.
Responsibility.
Character
growth. But yeah, after the Elder Druids headed out, Kenna going to check in with Rhea Macambro at the Monomarig to make sure that everything's okay up there. Foostrak had a conversation with Vesper and found out that Morgan had died while you guys, or shortly before this. And she withdrew her volunteering to go to Stjernegard and said you need to take her with you. She also agreed with the idea that if she should ever have another bearer, it should be Foostrak, which was suggested to her by Christmas and apparently agreed upon by Morgan himself. Vesper told you that if you guys do nothing else in Stjernegard, she needs to rip the door off the Vault of Souls. And, yeah. You had a little talk about her sort of feelings on the matter and plans for when you get there. And the last thing you guys discussed was the idea of potentially taking the core with you. Vesper revealing that she actually remembers her time as the Galahide, which none of the other Lycari remembered their time as the Staves. And she thinks she might be able to figure out how to use the core safely-ish. So we left it off there. And afterward, you guys gave me a bunch of stuff that you wanted to be working on in a little bit of a downtime period while you take care of some things before you prepare to head to Stjernegard itself. Some projects to make sure you can actually get there, some things you'll need while you're there, and then a couple of you talked about popping in to check on some people that either you haven't seen in a while or maybe you want to give a little bit of a goodbye to in case you don't come back.
Bye, family.
So all of that said, I have a few of these written down. I don't know if anybody has some additional plans here. But as of right now, you've got some people helping you out and working with you, getting ready for all of this. And if you guys look in D&D Beyond in the campaign, you will see that I have added and unassigned 4 NPCs that you guys have mentioned you want to take with you to Stjernegard. And this is so that if you guys do take these people, each one of you can pick someone to control. At the moment, we've got the people who are mentioned were Jasper, Sala, Vesper, and Walter.
I think that's a good lineup.
You do have space in plane shift for one more person. I don't know if you want to add one more. But I did want to add that Vesper will give you guys an idea of what she can do, like in her spare time. She is a Gloomstalker Ranger. She is level 18, and she's kind of a badass. She has a couple fun little things, and I assume that the person who would be controlling her would probably be Harris. Just because I don't know if you would or if somebody better with a ranger would want to. But she also has the feature Sharpshooter, Resilient, and Piercer, so she is built to do some damage with a bow.
Okay. Yeah, I was thinking I would probably take either Vesper or Jasper, one of the two.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Yeah.
Assuming Christmas is taking Saga.
Oh, yeah. Koop just mentioned Kit is supposed to be coming, too.
You want Kit to come?
That was the
Ooh,
plan.
I'm taking Kit.
Okay.
He already knows how to play him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Alright.
I want to metagame the shit out of this character.
In that case, you and I will probably rebuild his character sheet at probably level 19 or 20.
Okay.
But we'll do that later when it actually, because we won't need him right now. I did want to also add that you guys will get some time to take a look at Overwatch as well. Do you guys want to hear about Overwatch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's fun. So the Overwatch, when you get a chance to actually sit down and look at it, I assume Christmas is going to be the first one to be like, gimme.
I actually can't identify it, so I would need to have Noah look at it.
Yeah.
I can identify it.
But the Overwatch, when you guys get a chance to sit down with it, is a customized Molinarch 720 rifle, which is basically one of the biggest calibers of its time. But of course that time was 300 years ago. The Overwatch shares a lot of its history with the Ace of Spades, of course, because both were with Marin for pretty much her entire life. But it was when they... What?
Sorry, while I'm identifying this, can Noah start committing some of how this gun works to memory?
Yeah.
And how to possibly make it bigger?
Oh god, yeah.
It's called enlarge.
That's terrifying.
Very good at that.
Mega snipe.
But,
Imagine getting hit with a stick of dynamite from a mile away.
Oh my god. Just create a rocket launcher.
Yeah, it's like a potato gun.
Yeah.
This gun is built specifically to fire specialized bullets, so you know.
A whole stick of dynamite?
Not a whole stick of dynamite, but you could do something. You could definitely do something. But the Overwatch was built in 199 E1AC, given to Marin, of course, by Ansem Molinarch. Eventually, after Marin's time, it was passed into the possession of her daughter Artesia, but unlike the Ace, it was donated to the Lodestone Museum, both as a means to keep it as like a historical artifact for the future, but also keep it available for the defense of the hall itself and potentially Port Saris. Artesia ended up carrying the Ace of Spades for pretty much most of her later life, and while it was passed down until her great-grandson Lanning, it was also eventually placed in Lodestone Museum after it was used to assassinate somebody. So the Overwatch and the Ace were reunited. The Overwatch was left completely untouched for all that time until 491, when it and the Ace were stolen by the Cult of the Eternal. And, of course, got into the hands of Serena Octon. The Overwatch itself operates very differently from the Ace in that it does not have the elemental, range of the Ace. Instead, it has the sort of two things that the Ace was missing, which is the power of life and death, radiant and necrotic damage. Unlike the Ace, which was heavily influenced by Flameheart, Marin did not imprint the ideals of the Collective on the Overwatch. Instead, it was purely a weapon of service and loyalty. The sort of story of the Overwatch that you'll actually learn from some of the Lycari is that loyalty is literally ingrained into the steel of the gun because it was used to defend people more than anything else. After Marin's death, Flameheart was the one who imbued a shard of his soul in the Ace, which turned it into what it is today, whereas Keladir gave a piece of hers to Overwatch. Due to the long time spent locked away, you guys will kind of gather this if you spend a little time with it. The Overwatch is lonely. And it does not have a basic foundational, moral compass the way that the Ace does. Its only morals are around loyalty and service. Thus, anyone can wield the Overwatch if they serve a greater purpose. As for actual stats, the Overwatch has a reload of 7, a misfire of 5. Of course, it uses ammunition, but most of you ignore that, so fuck it. Its normal range, without its special abilities, is 200-600. It has +3 to hit and damage. It deals 3d10 plus dexterity plus 10 of your choice of necrotic or radiant damage. Its features are what make it fucking hellacious. It has a feature called Reverent Watchdog. When you roll to hit an enemy, you can see that is within 10 feet of an ally, and that enemy is within your maximum range. You can ignore disadvantage imposed by range, and you will ignore all but full cover. And even if you roll a natural 1, there is no chance you will ever hit your ally. The gun will not allow it. There's an ability called Whisper of the Watcher, where if you are hidden when you make an attack roll, the crack of the rifle is deadened and cannot be heard beyond 100 feet.
Cool.
It also has Hipfire Hellfighter, which I'm very proud of that name, which is if an enemy gets within melee range of you, you can still use Overwatch to attack without any disadvantages. Its magical abilities that require attunement are decided by charges, which you get back 1 every dawn. The first is called Revenger. Basically, you can, if an enemy within 120 feet of you hits any of your allies, you can use a reaction to make an attack on that enemy instantly. It has one called Raw Magic Soul. On a hit, you can use Overwatch's primordial magic to cause chaos, and basically roll a wild magic effect. There is Bullet Jump, which is if you are aware of a target within 500 feet of you, even if you can't see them, you can cast a miniature dimension door to hit that target, even if they are in full cover.
Nice.
Oh my god.
You do not suffer disadvantage for shooting at something you can't see, and if you have access to sneak attack, you may use it. There is Horizon Sniper, which is if you can see it, you can hit it. Anything within 3 miles of you that is not behind full cover or invisible, you do not take disadvantage or any penalties for the distance, and any successful hit is an automatic critical.
Jesus Christ.
These cost charges, by the way. Each of these do.
That's why that hurt Noah so fucking much.
Oh, there's a combination of abilities that hit Noah.
I want to play Marin with this Overwatch.
You might get a chance to play a less crazy Overwatch if we ever do that one shot.
We should.
I'm going to channel my inner Indiana Jones here and say that gun belongs in a museum.
I have two. I have 2 more. We have Scourge of the Fallen, which is when an enemy that you can see knocks out or kills any of your allies, you can use a reaction to make an attack instantly. Any successful hit counts as a critical, and you add 8d6 of radiant or necrotic damage.
Jesus.
Holy fuck.
That was the big thing that hit Noah. You shot the Death's Head Moth. That was her ally, and she used it specifically to be able to do this to you.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. And the last one is called Storm of Shrapnel, which I don't think I got a chance to use. It is when you hit a target, you can choose to summon a whirlwind of magical metal shards from the place your bullet struck to eviscerate nearby enemies. Any targets you choose within 15 feet of where you hit must make a DC 18 dex save. On a failed save, the targets take 6d6 force damage each.
I'm glad she didn't use that fucking ability. Like, the fucking 8d6 was a big enough middle finger to Noah.
Yeah. She wouldn't have had enough charges to use both, but but this ability also does not hit allies or anybody that you designate. So this is an endgame weapon. This is like the endest of endgame weapons. And now Sala has it. Or whoever wants to have it. She'll give it up if somebody wants it.
I mean, is the collective okay with her having it is kind of one of the bigger questions.
I feel like some of them are like, maybe not, but Flameheart's like, no, it's my decision. You don't get to choose. Yeah. I think Keladir and Flameheart are so on, like, Team Christmas and Sala that they'll be like, nah, you can have both the crazy guns. Go for it. But yeah, that's Overwatch.
When we're done, these guns are going in a museum.
Yes.
Part of me feels like after we're done, those guns need to be somehow destroyed.
Yeah, I was having the same thought.
Yeah.
They need to be thrown in the fires of Mount Doom.
I mean, that is how some enchanted objects are destroyed in this world. You throw them into Mount Gear.
Oh boy.
But anyway. After you guys have fun doing that, I know that, Ben, you mentioned something about working on some potions over downtime.
Yeah.
Which...
I made a bunch.
Yeah. You're going to have days to work on this, so...
Yeah.
The
only other thing I really need to work on is the fork.
Yep. I've got that written down here, too. So you have the Wing of Raziel and the... Tale of Osdala to help you out with that. And I know there was something about a lantern revealing.
Yes, I wanted to finish that and give it to Sala.
Okay, yeah, you'll definitely be able to finish that over this time period. You guys do have Kenna up in Haven, checking in with Rhea on the Monomarig for you. And of course, with Vesper recommending to Foostrak about the core, it's up to Foostrak when to bring that up to y'all.
Yeah, that's going to be happening while Christmas is gone. Because off stream, Koop and I had a conversation. It was very much Christmas and Foostrak having a conversation about that before he leaves on his trip.
Okay. But yeah. So, other than like projects that don't really require the roleplay aspect, let's start with Foostrak. What are you up to?
I'm going to use the conduit to speak with LN. And then I'm going to have what will probably be a tense and awkward conversation about the potential of taking the core with us, which I will definitely grab Vesper for, because she knows a lot, and I'm probably going to grab Magda for as well, because, Noah's working on stuff. Magda should be part of this conversation as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can help too, but yeah.
Yeah, you did mention the idea of Magda possibly being the one to take the core. Okay. I know you also
the person who beats up children in the core staff.
Yeah.
So
one time 50 episodes ago.
And he beat her up.
Yeah,
That's
you
true.
did beat her up.
It literally was like 50 episodes ago now, though.
We're all going to remember forever.
Yeah. And then there was also, you wanted to check in with Elan about Ryzen, because you were able to send a message to him but never got an answer.
Yeah, that was going to be part of my conversation with her when I used the conduit.
Okay. So before we jump into that, let me get a quick idea of like the order of events here. Is there... You guys have like a couple topics that you might want to discuss with everybody in the crew. Is that going to happen before or after you guys split off to do some of your own stuff?
I'd imagine after.
That's kind of what I had imagined as well.
Yeah.
Okay. So in that case, for the actual day of Rhiannol 11th, which is the day you guys fought Osdala, make sure you guys put a long rest on your characters. We'll start this off on Rhiannol the 12th once things chill out a little bit. You guys fought Osdala super early in the morning, and basically we're back before noon. Since then, General Hendrik has been chipping away at the city. You guys will start to hear among like the soldiers and the Lykari as the day goes onward that with Osdala dead and like the big show of her sniper's nest being blown up and like half of a scorpion falling out of it, there's been a little bit of a morale ding to the other side. To the point that the Cult of the Eternal saw this and was like, oh fuck, these guys just killed somebody in our group who is really powerful. And there is not confirmed, but they believe the members of the Cult of the Eternal are leaving Awaz to regather elsewhere. Hesperians have been sort of... Well, Hesperians haven't been the main force here. They're more the major force further north. But Hesperians also saw some of this happen, and for the moment have started to draw some of their forces out of the city. The rebels themselves are finding that a lot of people are getting very spooked about some interesting happenings around the city, thanks to some efforts of a Mr. Walter Dine and a Mr. Jasper Brothier, who were borrowed by the general. Unfortunately, Pelai Singati, the master arcanist who had been kidnapped, she was killed after Osdala was. She, for those of you who don't know, I believe she is the Master Arcanist of Malthes, which you guys have never been there. But with the death of another Master Arcanist, the actual coven of Arcanists seems to be starting to close ranks, and a couple of them that can are turning their attention toward Thessa Ridge, where Droval and Alistair have reached out from again for help. You guys will hear that Murdoch Kilkelly heads over to Thessa Ridge, and by the evening of that day, you guys hear that he was caught up in an ambush, led by a Desiree Zephyr. Desiree Zephyr was killed, and Murdoch Kilkelly set his Forge Hound on them, but managed to, at least for the moment, secure Droval again with Alistair. So, at the moment, Droval's not going to die. Some of the other, I know you did. Some of the other Master Arcanists are going to be heading that way as well, to the point that they're starting to think that they can get Droval out of there in someplace a little bit safer before too long. The issue is just being safe enough long enough to actually get them out. The general will also let you know, Christmas, that he does not think they're going to need Mirage Arcane anymore, because of so many Hesperians pulling out of the city that it wouldn't really work as well as it might have before. However, he is feeling a bit more confident about their chances now, because you guys basically sent the message that at any moment a team of crazy people can pop up and just kill a leader.
It's true.
So he's feeling pretty good, especially when he hears that the Hesperian admiral who is leading the efforts here went home. So not to be near the center of the battle. He's going to direct it from afar.
Oh man, he's Wizards of the Coast and we're D&D players.
Yikes.
You guys will also, Christmas, you will receive a brief message from Ross, telling you that Tristan and the Crows are, of course, there with them, and he's not concerned that they're not going to do what they said they were going to do, but he's a little miffed that his mother seems to like Tristan. So he's like, thanks for that. But as of this moment, it seems the Crows are, those that actually went there are keeping to their word, and Morgan has accepted them. So there might be more later on about that. I'm just wrapping up some fun little loose ends.
Speaking of crows, I have a question.
Yes.
Are they still doing patrols with that bird, that giant rock?
Oh, the Lukumano?
Sure, yeah.
Yep, that's what it means, Bird of Ruin, I think. The Lukumanu, after you guys fought with Osdala, the bird did make an appearance, but it didn't make a full round of the city. General Hendrick would have reported that they saw it fly basically out to the halfway point, scouting out and looking below. He thinks it was watching the retreat of the Hesperians before it retreated back to Igfir. It wouldn't have gotten close enough for the GWC to really try to do anything.
Okay.
But yeah, I think those are some of the loose ends. Let's say for Reenal the 12th, after you guys have had a chance to rest and everything, people are starting to do their own things. Foostrak, we can do up some conduit shit.
Okay. He's set up in the privacy of his room. Mm-hmm. Sitting cross-legged as well. I mean, with the way that bestial legs would be. I don't know if cross-legged's even possible, but
you have knees.
Well, yeah, but they're backwards.
No, they're not.
No, that's the ankle bone.
Your ankles are just really long.
Yeah. If you imagine an animal leg, there's still like the femur is shorter, and then like the shin bone's longer, and then the upper part of the foot is longer.
Tarsals.
Yeah.
So you can still sit cross-legged. It's just a little less comfortable. Yeah, probably.
So he's sitting cross-legged on his bed with the hammer across his lap and holding the conduit. And, she has nothing of those bound for the glass legs.
Mm-hmm. And I believe the conduit just recently recharged, right?
It did. Literally on the 11th, it was recharged.
Cool. Yes. So you will experience a familiar sensation of sort of fading out of this particular... What are you doing? It's weird when people close their eyes trying to get into it. But the familiar sensation of sort of fading out of your reality. And as you come to and your vision comes back, it is in the fog of Ellen's realm, and you feel the familiar... Stop it. You feel the familiar marble beneath your feet as you find yourself standing on the marble plinth in the center of the glass lake. For the moment, the hall itself that you have actually seen rise out of the water before, it is beneath the surface, just barely visible. And as the fog sort of burns off away from you a little bit, you can start to see the shores of the lake and the forests beyond. The little tea table is sitting there with a silvery pot and little cups sitting there, already steaming, like she knew you were coming. And you see perched on a little cushion. Sometimes Ellen is larger than life, sometimes she's smaller than you. For the moment, she's sort of a normal human size, and she's just sitting on the cushion looking up and waiting for you as you appear before her. And she gives you a smile, brushing her white blonde hair out of her face, and she says, "I knew I'd see you the moment it was ready again."
Well, this could be the last time I use it. Next time might be on a more permanent basis. So I figured, I'd let you know, have the guest room ready.
Well, let's not plan on it, shall we?
Oh, I ain't planning on it, but, I got my boy and everything, so.
Well, come, sit down.
I clop over.
Yeah.
And sit down on the pillow across from her.
Yeah. But as you sit down, she reaches out and lays a hand over yours. Says, "I think it's fair to say that we have been keeping a little closer eye on you lately.
Appreciate it.
I understand that you had a chance to meet my wife's brother."
Yeah. He, I hadn't really thought of, you being able to have an avatar beyond the demiweir before.
difficult to do, but Hesperus is more closely connected than the rest of us. Most of the time we require some kind of host to do that, but he's a little different.
Yeah, it was a little surprising. I kind of thought it would be a little more like this, but he's very soft-spoken, very kind.
And sometimes it's difficult to think that he's Sarai's brother.
Well, siblings ain't always the same. So I assume that you know everything that's been going on when it comes to the late Raziel and Osdala.
Yes. I don't know if all of you realize, but when very powerful beings die, we tend to find out about it.
Well, not all gods are related, but in a way they are kind of your kin,
These ones aren't. No, most of the reason why we tend to find out quickly is that we keep very close tabs on certain things and people in the world that can be a threat. So it was, I believe, Ursan who reported that to all of us. He's been watching the horsemen and their children very closely for a long time.
So it doesn't seem like anybody except for Hesperus and all of us really know where Sternegard is at this point.
No, we don't know where it is necessarily. It's difficult to say. Sternegard it doesn't exactly stay stagnant. It moves. Sav is too smart to keep it in one place. Ursvalar and Volker, they have been in the same place for forever. But Sternegard, no.
If we happen to succeed and not just kill Sav, but truly destroy him, which, if I'm honest, is the best outcome, in my opinion. What happens to Sternegard?
It collapses.
Cool, that's scary. Love that.
At least if he's anything like any of us, it collapses. I imagine it will start to fall apart once he dies. It will be finding him after he dies to destroy him that'll be the difficult part.
After we killed Osdala, he said something about he doesn't care about Atlaran. He doesn't want the world. He just wants the demi-weird to come down, and then he's just going to leave. He may do unsavory things, and he may have that tricksy fey way of wording things, but he doesn't seem to be a liar.
He is rarely a liar. Often he speaks in half-truths and he omits things. Sav is not his father. He probably doesn't want the same things Ilarka wanted. But The fact that he wants the demi-weird down means he wants something that is in the world. And there are very few things in the world of Atlaran that are useful to someone of his power. The question is, what is it? And if he says that the world will be fine once he leaves, I have to imagine it's something that no one's going to miss immediately.
Or potentially something that some people might want gone. We've been discussing taking the core with us to fight him.
Oh.
We actually thought about, at one point, putting it into the hammer. But Chris and I had a conversation about that and found I may not be the best individual to wield it.
As trustworthy as you are, I think the core would make terrible use of some of your abilities.
Yeah.
On Obsidian Day, when Ilarka fell, so did Kyla Urvela and Olgar Heidlin. We thought them both destroyed. But with the core still around, there is a chance that a piece of Olgar Heidlin still exists. And if it does, it is one of the most malevolent mortal spirits that we have ever seen. So malevolent that the second he got a chance, he turned himself into a lich, and he was able to become essentially a demigod.
So what I'm gathering from this is maybe taking the core isn't the best idea.
That's not necessarily what I'm saying. It would need to be in the hands of somebody that can contend with that reckless hate. The core, I can't tell you the specifics of how it works. I was never in contact with it myself, but my sister spent a very long time with it, and she told us about some of her experience. And most of all, the core is manipulative and it is angry. But in the hands of the right person who can direct that anger and not give in to it themselves, it can be extremely useful, and it must be handled with extreme care. Ideally by somebody with magical experience, but perhaps not somebody seduced by the power.
Do you think it's possible to destroy the core?
I think it must be.
Would that be good, though?
I don't know. Considering we now know that a former Heidlin staff has been destroyed,
yeah,
I imagine the core can be too. But if the same rules still hold, all of the Lycari have to be gone first.
I don't know if you heard any of the conversation that I had with Vesper.
I tend not to intrude on personal things.
I appreciate that. When we were talking about putting the core in the hammer, I told her I was going to toss the hammer with the core into Mount Gear in the end. It's power that should not exist in the world.
I mean, it is certainly a way to keep it away from practically everyone and everything.
The only other idea I had was actually trying to bring it here.
Respectfully, please don't.
Yeah, I kind of thought that might be a bad idea, especially with how this conversation describing that horrible chunk of rock. was going.
Unfortunately, I think the core is... It's too disruptive for this place, but even for Ursvalar, it would be too tempting. I don't think there's any safe place to keep it within reach.
No.
There are people and things that, no matter how good they are, will eventually be seduced by whatever voice is still inside the core and think that they are doing good with it until they're not anymore. That was one of the greatest dangers of the Hydaelyn staves, was that they were seductive. They would sometimes speak to people and tell them what great good they could do. Even Marin Veneer experienced an echo of that when Flameheart, the Fjorhide before, showed her all of the revenge she could have. Thankfully, being that the Fjorhide became a Lycari, it never got bad.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to that conversation about the core. Less now, but...
I think with where it is now, and I won't give away Kennebec Ambero's secrets, with where it is now, it will be found again, eventually.
I mean, that's kind of the way of things. Everything gets found eventually.
But the harder you can make it to find, and the longer you can keep it away from people, the better. Kenna's current solution will do for now. But I am worried that Sav will find out where it is if it stays there.
Have you heard from Razin at all?
No, and I had meant to talk to you about that when I next saw you. He's been caught up in the conflicts in the Hesperian Empire and with Ile de Argent and the Liga de Kaiser Frey and whatnot. And yesterday, shortly after your battle with Osdala, he was killed.
Oh, shit. We'd sent him a letter. We'd asked for some help.
Yes, I believe he was pinned down in a fight when you sent that.
Is he here?
Somewhere, yes. He's finding his place to rest for the moment. I let new arrivals like him... Jesus Christ, Titan. I let new arrivals like him wander a bit before they settle down.
I'd very much like to meet him at some point. Now is not the most opportune time, I know, but no, at some point.
He's still fragile. You wanted to be up here. This is your punishment.
Thought you were talking to Foostrak for a second.
No.
Yeah, shit, that's... Well,
unfortunately, with Ryzen being from the Liga and being incredibly devoted to the continued freedom of his people and the liberation of Ile de Argent someday, he gave his life to a cause that he believed in more than anything. And that means we no longer have his help, but it does mean that he lived well. And I think that was all he needed to know in the end.
It was a good laugh and a good death.
I think so. As much as I hate the idea that he had to die at all for the cause. But he has laid the groundwork for other people to continue on. the Liga is... Well, if nothing else, his death is going to energize them.
I'm the only one with your favor now.
For the moment.
I mean, I suppose we'll see how things go in like a week. But this hammer has been truly wonderful to wield. It has been extraordinarily helpful. I cannot possibly express my gratitude.
Well, you don't need to thank me for it because you deserve it.
It and my friends have allowed me to defend the people that I care about the most.
And that's exactly what it's for.
I gave my dad mercy.
I noticed.
It wasn't easy, but
I honestly didn't know if you would. And I would not have blamed you if you hadn't.
mercy is sometimes difficult. It doesn't always seem like people are worth mercy. At least some people. You know, people like Calum, people like Taiylor. But at the same time, I got a second chance on that beach. So I can extend the same courtesy to others.
The interesting thing about mercy and second chances is that if they make a poor show of it, it can be withdrawn.
Yeah, mercy has a line that can cross into irresponsibility.
But the thing that I think, especially with you, is that you know where the line is. Even though sometimes it's maybe difficult to find it. And
it's a little blurry.
It always is. But also, you're the type of person that I trust that if these people misuse their second chance, you will make it right.
Do my best.
And if you don't, someone else, another favorite will. And that's the best we can do.
Can you see Wayafin and Rotary?
I check in occasionally.
They doing okay?
As well as they can on a very boring trip.
Oh, I mean, Rotary ain't that old. I'm sure he's doing okay on it.
The Stella, as your friend has renamed it, has gone thus far untouched. I don't know if that will last too much longer, honestly, but I hope that it will at least make it to Frosthold before anything happens.
I'm growing more and more concerned that I'm not going to see them before we leave. And that's okay. It's unfortunate, but I'll send them a little something.
Well, whatever does happen, I and Zerai will do my best to keep your boy safe. I can't speak for your wife because she is as reckless as they come, but we'll try.
Yeah, it's one of the things I like about her. You know, we had an idea for her to throw that exploding hammer at me.
I was waiting for you to actually try that.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping that it would happen in the fight with Dad, but, it didn't. It kind of would have been really cool. Just it explodes, he's laying on the ground, and I'm standing there just covered in flame and fine, but whatever.
I don't know if your other friends who were close to you would have appreciated it as much.
I kind of get enough of those moments with Noah. I got, all my clothes were burned off, so these are all new. Noah usually does a pretty good job of sticking me in the middle of an inferno.
Well, at least he leans on your talents.
Yeah, a little bit. Kind of helped that Squall was crystals at that moment, because otherwise he probably would not have survived that.
No. But I also think that not if, but when the day comes that one of Mr. Borago's explosive plans goes wrong, you'll still be standing to drag him out of it.
Yeah, probably. I'm not sure I ever want to let him hold my son. And I don't know if I should feel bad about that. I just feel like he's going to turn him into a stick of dynamite or something.
Not before he's ready.
Thank you for keeping an eye on them.
Of course. You're one of my favorites. I have to.
I need to have a very uncomfortable conversation with some people about the core.
Yes, you do. Just know that whether you decide to take it or not, you have my support.
One last thing. What are your thoughts on Vesper?
She's lovely.
I mean, I agree.
I've always liked the Lycari. Most of them are very sweet. And the ones that are not very sweet are still very good. Squall being among them.
Do you know where he is now? Is there something of him beyond the Demiweir, or...
I'm not sure. The only thing that I do know is that Anzir is very aware that Squall is gone. You probably noticed that after Squall shattered, Anzir made their presence known.
Yeah, it was kind of hard to not notice.
The rune that you saw appear on Osdala, that was essentially Anzir marking her for death. But I don't know what becomes of souls made of different pieces. The very few times that we have ever experienced multi-part souls, they tend to go back to where they came from once they're separated again.
So then the piece of Olgar Heidelin has gone...
Squall did not have a piece of Olgar Heidelin. None of the Lycari do. That was purified out of them when Senna took each of them.
Okay, sorry, I forgot my history lessons a little bit there. There's been a lot of information.
It's a lot of detail. Whoever came up with how this works is crazy.
I've decided that should I survive all of this, I'm going to be keeping a hold of the conduit.
As it should be.
Well, I can't really give it away except for give it back to the person that gave it to Lorcan. Under penalty of death, I believe is what the letter said. So I'm going to do my best to keep it safe until I'm no longer capable of it, and then I will give it back to them.
Well, Galfaro, the person who gave it to Lorcan, is one of my highest priests in the world, so he will certainly keep it safe.
I'm sure. Maybe I'll make a trek over there at some point.
You should.
All right, I should probably head back. I'm sure you have, godly duties to take care of. Can't just stand here prattling on with me all day.
Well, there's a million things to do and only a few minutes to do any of it, so...
Yeah. Well, I mean, if worse comes to worse, I'll be here soon.
Let's just put that out of your mind for now.
Yeah, there's bigger fish to fry.
I will hopefully see you soon on your terms, not Saw's.
Hopefully. And thank you again. Kindness, your wisdom, your blessing.
You deserve every bit. And with those words, you sort of fade back out of the foggy glass lakes and back into your own body. And when you come to, you find that your hammer has been shoved over a little bit, and you wake up to Jasper asleep against your chest.
What is, every time I use this damn thing, somebody comes in.
No privacy. But yeah, Jasper's curled up into a little ball. He's got his cloak over him and he's asleep.
Well, I should probably take a nap anyway before we get the main event started.
Mm-hmm. Looking through the list here. Hold on. Where's my pen? Okay.
I like how we managed to move the hammer. The hammer's heavy as shit.
Yes, it is.
Nora almost didn't sell it to me because she didn't think I could pick it up.
Okay. Ben.
Yes.
How are you turning these items into a tuning fork?
Well, it's a excuse me. That's a good question.
Do you want to think about it for a minute?
No, I already have an idea.
Okay.
That was a rhetorical. It's a good question.
Okay.
I would like. So this is going to be a little bit of a trip. I need Walter's help.
It always is when you're making something.
Yeah.
I know.
Acid trip.
I need Walter's help. I would like Flameheart to come with me, and I would like Chris and Chips to also come with me. And I would like to go to Mount Gear.
How you getting there?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Okay. You okay, where on Mount Gear?
Oh, inside.
Walter's never been there.
Well, he could take us to the front gate or something, right? And we can just walk in.
It's a mountain bigger than Everest.
Isn't there well, wait, we know there's a place where one of the gods
Numira.
is.
There's Nomira's hall that is inside the mountain, but it doesn't have a door. So let me give you an idea of what is available to you here. You can try. You can absolutely try to get into that place if you think you can direct Walter enough to get there. There is otherwise, there are some lava flows on the slopes occasionally. And there is a temple that is also the home of sort of like a... so it's the home to a bunch of like Balin druids, but it's also the home to a sort of like holy forge, more symbolic than actual like truly holy forge.
Okay.
But it's where they make things that have to do specifically with like Nomira himself.
Okay.
But do you want to get into the?
Well, I guess my other question too is: do we know if there are any like Earthblood fountains erupting anywhere?
They kind of happen randomly.
Okay, we don't know about one happening at the moment.
Not at the moment.
Okay, then yeah, I guess that's fine. If we can't get into Mount Gear, then we'll go to the knockoff.
Do you want to try to get in?
I mean, how would I get in? Is the question. You
guys have a description.
Flameheart would help me.
Flameheart is a chosen of Hesperus, not Nomira.
Oh wait, who's the chosen of Nomira?
You don't know.
There isn't one.
You don't know if there is.
I mean, there's not a Lycari that has to do with Nomira.
Oh, I get what you're getting at. No, Flameheart is made from a piece of Nomira, yes.
Okay. That's why I was using him.
Actually, no. I just realized Flameheart's been there before. He could tell Walter how to get there.
Yeah, I thought he had been, because yeah. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
So that's what I wanted to do was use Flameheart to go there.
Okay, so Walter, Flameheart, Chris, and Chips.
Yep, and we bring all of our tools and supplies.
All right.
So many bags of holding.
So Christine's got like 4 on her at all times, I'm sure.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
But yeah, if you call your parents back in, Kit will be able to bring them for you. Walter and Flameheart are already there. Christine, as soon as she gets there and like gets the idea of what you're getting at with this tuning fork, she immediately goes to like the GWC's like supply depot and she just starts taking shit.
Fair.
And she'll lean more on what you say you need, but like what kind of materials are you taking to try to do this?
So my thought on what this would look like and why I wanted to go to like the heart of Atlaran basically was I wanted to make this a crystal tuning fork with the wing and the pincer suspended in the crystal in either side. So it could even be made out of glass. That would be fine as well. Just some way to suspend their parts inside, like an inclusion, and forge it that way. So it may not necessarily be like hammering and, hot iron and stuff like that.
I get you. All right. So in that case, Christine, more Chips than Christine, because Chips is more familiar with like different materials uses. As you guys are talking over like the details of what you're trying to do, Chips pipes up and he's like, well, if you're gonna try to suspend things in crystal but also get like use out of them, you're gonna want to make residuum glass.
Christine's got plenty of residuum.
Yeah.
She owns a whole mine.
But are we starting to get into manostatic silica territory? This is fun. Okay.
Maybe a little bit.
A little bit, minus the lightning, unless you want to try to do that too.
I mean, we can put some lightning in it. Sure. I can shock it.
Chips says, okay, so then what we're going to need is like a superheated, not even a forge, but like, what are they called?
A torch?
It's another word for
Boiler.
No.
Furnace.
Like a crucible? No, not a crucible.
Crucible is a tool used with a melter.
Like a kiln?
Nope. Hold on, there's a specific word for this.
Okay.
Thesaurus.
Easy bake oven.
Help me. And those don't heat anything.
An oven.
Good lord. I don't know what it is. There's a word for it.
Forward.
But basically what was that thing in Constanos, the place where the crows were hiding? It like poured metal. What is that called?
Foundry.
It's a foundry. Thank you. Good lord.
You need a whole foundry for this.
You need at least a small foundry for it. But basically, foundries are used for casting metal and melted materials. So Chip says, basically what we're going to need is like a super high heat foundry, probably one made of granite, so that, we're not melting the steel that we're using to melt things down. So we're going to need a stone foundry. We're going to need a lot of residuum. We're going to need either like powdered glass or sand, or it needs to be purified, or even better would probably be silica, like quartz, basically. And then we need a way to actually suspend these things in the middle, which I think we can do with magic.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah. So in that case, if we can find something like that, we're also going to need to carve a cast out of granite, which...
Okay.
I'm sure you can do that.
Sure, that'll take forever, but yeah.
Just take a jackhammer to it, it'll be fun.
Mm-hmm.
Says, yeah, I think that in theory should achieve what you're going for. As for the actual, whether or not this combination of materials is going to work to do what you're trying to do, I don't know anything about that kind of thing. I know chemistry and melting things and all that. I don't really know magic all that well. Yeah, Christine.
We can do it.
Christine will requisition some materials for you. Basically, steal them from the GWC. Do you still have Jack's body in a bag of holding?
I think so.
What was done with that?
I remember
we didn't take him out.
Foostrak lowered him back into the bag after the battle with Reziel.
Yeah, and I don't
remember taking him out.
I think he's still there.
He's been in there for a day, so nothing too terrible has happened.
Yeah.
This is when you need a bag of colding instead of a bag of holding.
Yeah, I'm going to ask Christine if maybe she's got a refrigerated bag.
She almost definitely does.
Yeah, cool. We're just going to swap it over.
Oh, so you're just going to pull out a dead body and be like, put this in there. And she's going to be like, oh my God, is that Jack?
Yep.
Jesus Christ.
Oh my
God. You never know when you're going to need a corpse, okay?
Wait, Kit is here. Oh, no. No, we can't do that because a resurrection failed. So, yeah, I'll tell her, I'll be like, just hold him until we get the Vault of Souls open, and then you guys can just resurrect him.
Yeah, as soon as you guys, transfer him over to the bag of colding, she just hands it to Kit. And she's like, all right. Well, I'm used to being too much myself, but that's too much.
What is Kit's reaction to that?
Kit? God, what is
probably
Kit's
exasperation.
Exasperation, but probably not that surprised. Where he's just like, God.
Of course, he has the body of a master arcanist in his bag.
Yeah. He's just loops the bag over his shoulder. He's like, okay, I'll just carry around my dead coworker.
Who doesn't do that,
But yeah. So gathering up Flameheart and Walter as well, and what tools you guys can get. Flameheart will describe the location as best he can to Walter, but also hand him a dagger that Flameheart has that you can see that it's probably like a 7-8 inch dagger, and you see that the interior area of the blade itself, like where a blood channel would be, is hollow. Or like not hollow, like cut out. So there's only like the edge of the blade and nothing in the center. The hilt of this dagger has a like glass bead in it that you can see a flame is just flickering inside of it. But he hands it over to Walter and says, Nomira made this for me. This should help you get there. And Walter will take it and examine it and hear like you guys' description of the place, because you guys have heard it described before. But Walter will turn to you and he says, well, I think I'm about as ready as I'm going to be to try to find this place. Whenever you are.
Yeah, let's go.
Break out the dice.
Can I give him guidance?
That doesn't really help for this kind of roll.
Okay.
Grab the table thing. How this works. All right. Oh, he has an associated object, so that means he can get there. Cool.
Yay!
I don't even need to roll for it.
Yay!
Neato. Fuck off, dice. So Walter will take the knife as he's starting to draw out his teleport is verbal, isn't it? God damn it.
Verbal and instant.
Yep. So, sorry, as he starts to go through the incantation of his spell, he gathers you guys in close, and he's holding the knife out in front of him. And you can tell when the knife is pulled, and it's not his arm moving it, as it turns northward. And you all feel the familiar sensation of all of the air being pulled out of your lungs and being shunted forward in space. It's just because I like to flavor Walter's teleports a little bit. It's a little rough. You're not going to take any damage from it, but Walter going to a place he has never seen. You guys end up like popping in like a foot above the actual floor, so you drop and like stumble a little bit. And Flameheart, like, he seems to be like ready for this, and he drops in and he's fine, but Walter stumbles, and your parents, who are shorter than you guys, just sort of like stumble forward and like almost fall all over themselves. And you find yourself in the dead center of a massive domed cavern. It is probably 100 degrees in here of like dry heat. And you can see why, because all around the edge of this circular room you're standing in, which the edges are probably 50 feet away from you in either direction, you can see a very thin vein of lava ringing the entire room. You are standing on something that is kind of hauntingly familiar. As you look down, you see that you're standing on a platform suspended by 4 bridges over a basin of water.
Yeah.
The water in here you can see is like perpetually steaming.
And it's not red.
No, not at all. It is clear water.
That's good.
You would know from past research that the Heidelin cult got this idea for the cisterns from existing like ritual things in the Balin faith. So it's kind of like, you know, the Nazis use the swastika, but if you go over to where they got it from, it's reversed in like a symbol of peace. the kind of thing that's going on with this like basin thing.
Gotcha.
But you see it's covered in all kinds of runes, and it looks like it's had some damage that has been repaired multiple times. And you can see sitting in the bottom of this pool, which is not super deep, there are like glowing hot pieces of different like metals just perpetually boiling in the bottom of this pool, like they're still cooling off after being forged. To one far end, there is a hallway that leads off somewhere else. It's fairly dark except for the lava, so you can't see super far, even with your dark vision. And to the opposite end, you see set into its own sort of cubby in the wall, there are two slowly like pouring veins of lava coming down on either side of a titanic anvil. The anvil itself is as tall as you are. And you can see a gigantic hammer laying on it that is made of a greenish, like veined steel. There's nobody else in the room that you can see. And at the moment, the forge has like its furnace behind it. You can see that while there is lava flowing from these veins, there is none going toward the heater itself. So the forge is off for the moment.
Does anything in the bottom of the pool look like a completed weapon, or does it just look like hunks of metal?
Nothing. You can tell what some of the objects are, because these are all like pieces that have finished being forged, but they haven't been built into their final form yet. So you see like full tang blades that don't have their hilts and handles yet. You see like shield bosses and handles, but obviously they're not on a shield itself yet. But yeah, you can tell what some of the objects are.
Gotcha. Okay. Can I do a quick look around just to see if there's anybody like hiding?
Make a perception check.
Okay. Perception. Not as much as I want to be. 15.
15. Glancing around the floor, you can see like these big cascading mosaics in the floor itself. The entire area is like pretty much open and flat. There's not really anywhere for someone to hide at like your level, but you see these columns that go up into the ceiling, and if you follow them up, you will see that the ceiling is made of like black obsidian glass, and suspended from that ceiling you see what to you look like bats hanging from the ceiling. But at the distance you're at and with the size they are, they're probably about Chips' size.
This place is full of Mercoptera.
But yeah, they're all hanging from the ceiling, don't seem to notice you guys. But you hear Flameheart next to you say, it looks like he's not here right now.
Well, it would probably be rude to do this on a normal, in a normal situation, but we don't have a lot of time, so let's turn this sucker on and get going.
I think I can figure that out. And he steps down from the raised platform you guys are on. And Chips and Chris like follow after him, and Chips is just like looking up the ceiling. Like you can see it going through his head, like he's trying to figure out whether or not he wants to just be like, "Hi guys," because he thinks they're asleep. But Christine follows Flameheart toward the forge, and you can see there are two levers on either side of the anvil itself. And Flameheart goes up to one, and this is built for somebody who is probably 20 feet tall. And Flameheart has to like jump up and grab one of these levers, and you see once he does, it takes his whole body weight to pull it down. And a piece of like cast stone with a channel through it swings over and interrupts the flow of lava coming down and actually starts to push it into the forge itself.
Okay.
But he looks back at you as you can see the lava start to build up in this forge and the stone itself start to heat up. He turns and looks at you and he says, I don't know if we need both lava flows. I don't know how any of this works. I'm not a blacksmith.
Well, I don't know. We'll figure it out, I guess.
Right.
I am going to... what kind of check would it be to figure out how this thing works? Is that like investigation?
Investigation, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna investigate then, see if I can figure out how it's working. That is going to be 23.
23, okay. Stepping up to it...
I'll use a flash of genius, 28.
Okay. Stepping up to it, you can immediately see what Flameheart is talking about. Basically, these levers cause the mountain to feed the actual melting mechanism of the forge. There is the interior of it almost looks like a stone oven, except it doesn't have like the baking stone. It's has like a grate across it made of cast stone so that the heat can rise up properly. And you can see that this grate is where things are supposed to sit to actually heat up. The channels that bring in the lava, they have their like own slots in the wall that they swing out of when the levers are pulled. And it also appears that there is something in the forge itself that when the lava starts to cool too much, it is sort of siphoned out through the back.
Cool.
The anvil, once you get up close to it, you can see that most of it is made of a similar metal to the hammer, but the very top of it and the sort of horn of the anvil are made of a type of granite that you have never really seen, where it's like a very rich, like navy color. And this, all of this together tells you that Nomira works with things that cannot be melted and worked with steel, because steel would deform and either get super brittle or break trying to work with this stuff. So the special like veined steel that's there, you can guess at it being some form of green steel, which is imbued with residuum, which would immediately make it magical and less likely to deform under pressure. But you can also see that depending on how much heat is being funneled into this forge at once, it could work with things that are otherwise impossible to work with a normal forge. You have quite literally a compact foundry in front of you.
Okay.
And you're pretty sure that with the melting point of glass and you don't know the melting point of residuum, because I don't think you've ever melted it down before. But with the melting point of glass, you are positive that this thing can handle it. And what else? The only thing you need would be the actual cast, which I assume you have materials for anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So at this point, the bars to you as the person actually trying to achieve this project are getting up high enough to work on the anvil, which find a stool, I guess. But also being able to lift the hammer if you do need to forge something if you want to try, or just doing the cast and trying to get the materials to mix correctly and suspend the objects.
I will, because I know Chris has the highest strength and probably has pretty decent dexterity considering what she does. I am going to hand her a growth potion and cast enlarge on her.
Jesus.
Yeah.
All right. So we see Christine take the growth potion and grow until she's about your height, but still just as like stocky and muscular. And then she grows again to about a little bit bigger than Foostrak, so about Gwen. Your mother has become 10 feet tall, which means she's just tall enough to work with some of this shit.
And we can move stuff around and like get her a stool so she's like a little higher up or something.
Yeah. There are definitely things you guys can move around like this forge to be able to get up high, but with what you're doing, you probably won't need the anvil. But it will still help that Christine can actually like reach everything, because the anvil is made for a 20-foot tall person, but so is the forge. But yeah, once she's like at her huge size, just hulked out, she's like, okay, this is a new experience, except like 2 octaves lower. She's like, all right, bud, what are we doing? We're your assistants today.
Okay. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to purify all that sand, so we just have pure silica to work with. Purify the crystals as well, the quartz crystals, which I think are also just made of silica.
Yeah.
And that's so weird. The quartz is basically just glass.
Naturally forming glass.
Then we're going to... I'm going to use my dexterity to work on the granite so that I can make like a perfect mold for this thing so that it's tuned correctly.
And you can also, like, once it is cast, you can, like, file and polish and all that.
Yeah.
So, go ahead and roll me. You can use your Tinker's tools if you have them.
Okay.
Go ahead and roll me a check with those.
Okay. I'm going to enhance ability for dexterity for myself, so I have advantage.
Okay.
That's going to be 33.
Jesus. Yeah. So you sit down with a piece of granite, and you have like all your measurements and everything already figured out for how big it needs to be within an acceptable margin of error so that it's easy to file down if needed. Because you can always take away material, but you can't add it back. And you start off with like a chisel to get the basic shape, with like a bigger chisel to get the basic shape. And Christine will help you out with that because granite is a hard ass piece of stone. Like in places where lava flows, granite still won't melt on the surface of the earth. That's how freaking tough and like high melting point it is. So she'll help you out with that. It sort of turns into like you hold the chisel and she hammers. And she is thankfully like aware enough of her own strengths that she doesn't end up shattering the granite. But that's also due in part to you being very good at directing her. At the same time, Flameheart and Walter are like working on getting the forge heated up. They've got both the lava channels going into it now. And Flameheart is trying to figure out like if there's anything else that needs to be done to get the forge ready. And eventually he finds that sitting next to the forge, there is a piece of stone that has handles bolted into it that are meant to be placed on the front of the forge to seal in all the heat once you have your stuff in there.
Oh, okay.
So he and Walter like get a blank cast in there to like purify the silica for you, so that it's ready to actually pour later into the mold you're making. As for the residuum, Walter starts like he puts a bit into a blank cast that's like sitting with all the tools here to see like at what point does residuum melt. And while you're chiseling away and like you get about halfway done with this mold, you see a like not a flash, but like a slowly growing green light start to come out of the foundry itself as Walter is like kind of like squinting a little bit and staring into it, and he's like, I think I found the melting point. This is strange. But if you glance in, you'll see that the residuum powder that he put in here has perfectly like flattened out into, if you didn't know that this was like many hundreds of degrees, it would look like just flat green water. Like imagine the tinge of like Big Springs water, Kitchitikipi, that kind of look to it. But it gives off light as it is heated, like almost like the magic is being accelerated inside of the material. But glass has a fairly high melting point too, so that takes a second. But these are able to be melted down in this furnace.
Can I?
Yeah.
Would that be stupid?
What?
You know, because we got this liquid residuum.
Mm-hmm.
I'm wondering if it would be dumb to like maybe just dip the tip of a few bullets in it.
Do you want
Sure. I'm gonna make sure they're non-explosive. So like I'm just using the actual like bullet section.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that. You have to get like a pair of tongs and gloves and whatnot, and Christine will like get you up high enough that you can reach in, but with the tongs, just, and when you pull back the bullets themselves, I believe normal bullets are, what are they made of?
Like iron or steel.
Because you don't have lead shot.
No, or they could be copper, I suppose.
A lot of modern ones are brass, I think.
No, that's the casing.
Oh yeah, the casing's brass.
Bullets for hunting and target shooting in the modern world are made of a lead core with a copper jacket. Okay.
Oh, lead, so they're really heavy.
Yeah. So in that case, like, yeah, the bullets, you dip the first one, and the bullet actually starts to deform and like stretch a little bit. But you do get the idea that if you maybe cooled the bullets down like a lot and then dip them, you might be able to get them out without deforming them.
Yeah, just create like a sheen.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, wait, how much residuum has he melted?
He kind of did like a test bit, so probably like the equivalent of a quarter cup of powder.
Okay, then let's just throw like a handful of bullet tips in there, let them all meld together, and then cast them.
All right. And being that this time period, a lot of people can cast their own bullets, so you probably have the tools to do that anyway. But yeah, you can chuck some in there, so you get copper and lead going in with the residuum that he's already put in there. You would be able to, after getting out some of the like impurities from like the bullets and whatnot, you'd probably be able to cast 6
residuum bullets.
Yeah, and then you can like settle those into their casings so that you can actually fire them. Okay. That's no big. I'm not going to make you roll for that one because that's easy. You know how to do that.
All right. So now that we know the melting point, we can start to work on that. And then once they're both melted, I'm assuming what we would do would be to actually mix the crystal and the residuum together into a liquid and then pour it into the cast itself.
There is a stone crucible in this forge that you guys can use that for. So as you add more material in and figure out how much you actually need, carrying over your 33, because I'm just going to apply that to all of this, you are able to melt down both of these materials completely so that they'll mix correctly. It seems that they have a similar enough melting point that there's not going to be an issue with one cooling too fast. And you pour these into the crucible itself that's sort of set up with a crank that you can tilt the crucible forward to pour into the cast itself.
My thought is that, like, you would pour half of it, place the two pieces, because melted glass is kind of like caramel, and place the two pieces in the ends of the tuning forks, and then pour the rest of it on top before it cools too much.
Okay.
To just kind of float them in the center.
Yeah. I mean, that's how you would do it with glass, with resin, anything, basically. So, the crucible then can kind of like be turned so it pours out of the forge instead of a cast within. So you are able to pull on this crank and pour half so that you have part of the fork ends actually poured.
And if there's any adjustment that needs to be done, or like have to actually touch the melted glass, I will use my mage hand to do like some dexterous adjusting.
Yeah, you'll probably need to do that anyway to place the pieces, because at this point it's such a high heat that getting too close you'll burst into flames. You're working with a lava forge at this point. And the tongs don't have a long enough reach and are not dexterous enough for this. So you're able to mage hand these pieces into place within the ends of the fork and sort of settle them into the molten glass. And it's kind of a strange thing that when you settle the wing in, which is a much more delicate object than the tail, the glass, the residuum glass, as it touches it, gives off more of this like green glow, and you see like sparks of green, like mana, basically going off as it interacts with this highly magical object. But as soon as it settles in and you see like the sizzling of the wing itself is untouched. It almost seems like the wing has created a very fine, thin shield of just a tiny separation of space, almost like it's in the way that hydrophobic material does with water. And so the wing is truly suspended as you begin pouring more. The tail has a similar reaction, but it's kind of a hard piece, and so there's like no issue with it deforming as you try to place it. And you pour the rest into the cast and pull the cast out to actually start cooling. It will take a little while to cool down. It'll take a long while to cool down. But while it does, Walter, he keeps fiddling with like the liquid residuum. He's very fascinated. And while he's doing this and you guys are waiting, he looks over to you and he says, Noah, isn't there something like this happening on the Stella?
Yeah, I was thinking about that. Do you wanna try to make a small one?
A small
like a small arcane engine? Just a little tiny crystal?
How?
Well, I don't know. Let's figure it out.
And he gives you the idea that he paid a little more attention to the engine than maybe other people gave him credit for. And he says, so as I understood what little we saw of it, there are solid pieces to the engine, but then there is a liquid residuum something that is perpetually liquid between the pieces. How do we keep residuum perpetually liquid, and what is it mixed with? I know there was copper in there.
My thought would be that if anything under enough pressure will stay liquid. So if we can somehow force it into a smaller place, there may be the copper and things might help keep the melting temperature lower, so we don't have to put as much pressure on it. But we can do something like that. Maybe we can force it into like a diamond casing.
I don't know this magic myself, at least not at the moment, but I am aware that there is a spell out there that can crush things with immense force. I believe it's part of the School of Dunamancy.
Oh, is that one of the ones that guy tried to hit me with? Well, I don't know that one.
It's the one that Caleb crushed the guards with.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't like the gravitational.
I believe it's gravity well?
It's gravity magic, yeah.
Graviturgy, yes.
I love that shit so fucking much.
No, it's not gravity well. That's a 9th level spell. What the fuck is that spell?
It was fuck. I know what it is, but I can't think of the name of it right now.
But yeah, it's basically the spell that Caleb Widow-Guest used to crush the guards to death in the heist on the Vergessen Sanatorium.
Yeah, I remember it.
Gravity sinkhole.
Gravity sinkhole, okay.
I mean, do you know somebody who can do that spell?
I think... I know that Master Altera has some experience in graviturgy, but I don't know of any masters of graviturgy at the moment. It's a fairly new study. But it's certainly...
what if we made it, I made it small, and then we put it inside the casing, and then the spell wore off?
Well, if it's inside a casing that can keep it pressurized, it should stay that way, even if the spell wears off. The issue is just getting it in and pressurizing.
Oh, we won't have to. We'll make it really... So we have regular size casing, right? And a regular amount of, like, too much stuff. And then we reduce it, make it really small, put it in the casing, seal the casing, and then let the spell go.
That might work. Is that a project for now or later?
Now let's try it now. You know, when in the foundry of the gods, you do as they do.
And he just like starts dumping more residuum into the furnace.
Like pepper some copper in there, or whatever it takes.
From what you could gather about the monolith engine, the liquid residuum that ran between the pieces, so the pieces themselves were solid crystal, that you could tell are just residuum. Whereas the liquid that ran between was definitely residuum and copper and potentially some other stuff. But in your current experiment, go ahead and give me an alchemy tools check.
Okay.
Sorry, everybody. I know this is going on forever.
No, this is fun. Oh, fun for me. So I want to make sure this works. So I'm going to use a flash of genius for a 43.
Fuck. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, you guys get the residuum into the furnace and start adding copper until you reach a point that it looks very similar to what you saw before. And Walter manages to, with the help of his own like magical abilities, manages to get that mix into the now emptied out crucible. And he looks over at you as it's still like heating, and he says, "Okay, what are we using as a casing?"
I mean, my first thought would be diamond because it's strong, but
it's also very brittle.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe to. Can we call Christine and Chips over?
Yeah.
Be like, okay, let's powwow on this because my initial thought was maybe diamond or possibly even building the casing out of residuum itself so it doesn't like there's no like weird jarring of the pieces, like they're homogeneous kind of. They're on the same wavelength.
Chips speaks up. He says, "Well, yeah, we definitely don't want to use diamond or anything with that kind of like structure. Residuum maybe, but anything like diamond is going to be, super strong. But if you hit it just right, it's so brittle that it'll just shatter. The structure doesn't lend itself well to taking like hits. That's why Minecraft diamond armor isn't a real thing." And he says, "But metals, on the other hand, are super tough, which means they can stand up to being deformed without breaking. So if we wanted to try to use residuum, I don't know if the crystal would hold up, but residuum mixed with like either maybe green steel or titanium or maybe tungsten carbide, maybe one of those would work because those are all pretty tough."
I kind of look at the hammer that's leaning against the anvil.
Yeah.
Like, how hard would it be to take a piece off that? Just as a little one.
And Chips looks up at it and he says, "Well, if it's an enchanted hammer, extremely difficult. And then we would also break the enchantment."
Detect magic.
It's extremely magical.
Okay. Well, I mean, we have residuum and stuff, and we already mixed it with other metals, so let's just make some.
Okay. There are other like casting materials here that you can already use, so you don't have to make a whole brand new cast. But it's like this forge melts down regular metal in record time. So
I have the heat metal spell too, so I can really speed that up. So
yeah, you can get it there much faster so that the forge does the rest of the job for you. Once you have basically Christine, who she's got all kinds of materials on her anyway, she can put together a good alloy sort of combination for you that is probably mostly titanium, just so that you guys can rely on the strength of titanium a little bit more. And once you pour it, you see that the metal has turned this, instead of like green steel, which is sort of a pale, almost pastel greenish gray, the titanium has lent itself to more of a bluish green color, and which would also probably be affected by some of the other things she put into it. And she also put in a little bit of copper in the hopes of going along with your idea of the materials kind of being homogeneous. And she looks at you and she says, "Okay, so when this is ready to pour, are we making the casing bigger and pouring in, or are we how are we doing this?"
So we'll I think we're gonna have to make the casing bigger and pour it in, because I'm not sure if liquid stuff counts as an object that I can actually reduce.
Not really.
So yeah, let's do that. We'll make the casing bigger, and then pour it in, seal it, cool it as fast as possible. We have an hour, and then yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Also, if I can, I would like the casing to look like an actual crystal with the sharp tips on the side.
Okay.
So it's just like kind of
make a spear-shaped crystal.
Yeah. I want it to be as Final Fantasy-ish as possible.
Got it. I know what that means. But yeah, the casing is not really difficult to put together, and part of it, Christine actually like forges it into the shape you want. So basically, you guys pour a sheet of metal, and she actually shapes it and uses the forge to like spot weld parts of it. And once it is almost fully enclosed, except for the spot where she's going to seal it, you guys take the crucible and start pouring the material in. Based on the size of the casing, once you enlarge it, Christine's... I mean, you and Chips would probably be able to figure it out much better than Christine, but you guys are able to guess at like math out the internal volume of this thing, so you can figure out exactly how big it needs to be, or how much material you can put in. So as you're pouring it in, Chips has he's got a tool that'll allow him to cut the flow of the crucible so that you guys can be pretty exact with it. And one of Chips's lovely talents as an alchemist is that he can just kind of eye amounts within milliliters. So he's sitting there staring at it, just counting in his head, and then he quick cuts it off. And Christine takes another piece of this metal and starts carefully smoothing it over this opening without deforming the casing itself. And all the while, you're sort of directing them and helping out wherever extra hands are needed. But once it's done, you see that the casing, this blue-green hued metal, has started to turn reddish at the bottom where the material is concentrated, but it does not deform. It has a high enough melting point that it's not going to immediately just give out. But yeah, you have a sealed thing of liquid residuum.
Cool. We're going to put that on a tiny little stand, a little metal stand, up on top of the anvil, and then all of us are going to go to the other side of the cavern.
Okay.
And then I'm going to drop the spell.
All right. Yeah, you all head to the opposite side, and you reach up your hand and cut it off.
Shield up.
And it's raining liquid residuum. You hear the sort of, whenever you cast enlarge or reduce, there is a sound to it as air is pushed out of the way. And in this case, air comes back together in a quiet clap, almost like thunder, as the entire thing shrinks back down. And you see the casing slightly deform, where the sharp edges become slightly more rounded as pressure just starts pushing against it. But there is no pop. There is no explosion. The entire object suddenly becomes red hot again as just the pressure causes a buildup of heat again. But it shrinks down to probably that big.
Is it does it magically start floating?
No, it's currently just sitting in the stand.
Cool. I'm gonna get close enough to use my mage hand, and I'm gonna pick it up and I'm gonna shake it and see if it sounds still like it's slightly liquid in there.
You can hear liquid moving because there is air in there that has also been condensed down. But you hear it sounds less like water and more like Like if you shook a
Slop.
lava lamp.
Yeah.
It's very thick and like viscous because it's been condensed so much.
What if I
don't like
Would
the
it-
word viscous.
I wonder if it would get more liquid if I shrunk it again.
Oh God. Do you wanna?
Well, it's not floating yet. I kind of want it to float. Can I first? Let's run an identify on this.
Okay. All right. So casting identify. I think your detect magic was also still up.
Yeah.
How long is that last? Yeah. You would like Residuum itself is inherently magical, so everything about this was already magical, just like blank natural magic, not a specific school. But as you identify it this time, this object does not have a name. It doesn't have a history. But the first thing that would come to you is... I just gotta check something real fast.
It's a bomb.
The first thing that hits you is that this object in particular, as a whole, not the individual pieces, now does have a school that it belongs to. It belongs to the School of Transmutation.
Cool.
And the object itself does not have an ability per se, but it does have the ability to fuel something. The best you can guess is that this is essentially, you've created an enchanted item with no specific purpose yet.
Okay.
But you may be able to give it a purpose. And you do get the idea that if this material was freed from the casing, it has been so condensed that it will no longer expand again. It will stay liquid and condensed. Some kind of reaction has happened due to the compression.
That would lead me to believe, and this is just for like campaign 3 stuff, that would lead me to believe that I could condense material, let it back out, put it in a smaller casing, and then condense it again.
Potentially.
And I could continue to condense it until it did become either maybe a gas or liquid. Okay, so that's just FYI for you.
We'll work out your little plans for the future.
Yeah, since this is transmutation, do I have the idea that I can maybe give it a purpose?
Yes.
Like right now? Like if I cast a spell into it, I can let it absorb a spell?
You don't know how to assign a purpose to it.
Okay.
Essentially, what you have right now is a magical battery.
Okay. Because I will say that, like, I do have 2 spell storing items, one that refuels magic and one that stores magic. So I feel like I have an idea of how that works. But for this object, it's a little different.
Yeah, you're getting into territory of, this is not an enchantment. This is an inherently, like, naturally magical item, which is not something you work with a lot outside of Residuum itself. And you know that Residuum's major purpose in the world is fueling enchantments or spells.
Can I... Because I have a feeling I might have just made something. So... What am I thinking? There's so many thoughts going through my head. Does it ever cool down enough to hold on to?
It will, yeah.
Okay.
Just FYI, we do need to jump on break here soon.
No, I know. So I'm just gonna hold on to it for now, and I'm going to maybe, because I use my alchemist tools as a spellcasting focus. So I think I'm going to just like keep it with my alchemist tools, and I might test it later of using it as like a spell channel.
Okay.
So.
Yeah. Spend some time noodling on what you want to try to do with it.
Mm-hmm.
But
Oh,
with
I have such a terrible idea. Oh my god.
With that, the crew that you've brought with you kind of gathers up, and Christine is like looking over this object, like, well, I don't know what the hell we did, but it's pretty interesting. I didn't know you could condense residuum.
Yep. I figured you probably could. Like, there's got to be a way, but the Earthblood fountains exist for a reason, so there's got to be a way to recreate that, right?
I'm not an alchemist. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, if a bunch of rocks can somehow make Earthblood crystals, like, surely I can figure it out.
If anyone can, it's gonna be you, bud.
Mm-hmm.
But it's hot as hell in here. Can we get the fuck out?
Yeah, we can go.
Okay. So in that case, Walter will gather you guys up and like all of your fun new toys that you've made. And you will away. By the time you guys do away back across the world, the cast is still cooling, but that can be taken with you and worked outside of a forge.
Oh, I will leave a quick note on the anvil. Just be like, hey, we were here. Thanks for letting us use your stuff. Bye.
Bye. Yeah. So with that, okay. Yeah, let's jump on break. I know this is a very like one-on-one heavy session. I'm sorry, guys. But that's just how this.
It's not gonna stop as we keep going. It's gonna continue.
No,
so
it's not, because I still got to get to 2 more people.
Get a puzzle out or a book or
yeah.
I
got Harrison Ben covered, so you guys fiddle away with whatever you want, and then we'll move on to Magda next, because I know some stuff Christmas needs to do. But yeah, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. So. Let's say 1:28 Eastern.
Sounds good.
I'll see you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
We're back.
Okay.
I thought that you were just enjoying the blessed silence of us actually fucking being quiet.
One of these days I'll do that.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like, I muted Ash for you. Like, I was ready to go.
Oh my god.
What?
You were the one making more noise and when he was trying to bring us back.
I don't think that's true. Anyway,
Ash, is there crust on that sandwich?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure you didn't, like, cut the crust off your sandwich like you're 2 years old or something.
Not 5.
The crust is where all the nutrients are.
Mm-hmm. Bullshit.
That's not true with bread, but
anyway,
that's why you always eat people with the skin on.
Right. So next up, Magda. You did not tell me anything you wanted to do for this session. So what you fucking doing?
To be fair, I forgot. I've been going back and forth whether or not I want to talk to Walter, or not Walter, but Hector. Because then I would have to talk to Gwen's parents, and I don't want to do that.
No, you don't have to.
Yeah, I might try and talk to Hector without Gwen's parents around.
Okay, how are you doing that?
Well, okay, so when is Walter going with you and doing all that?
So you guys are going to have a few days to do all this, so you don't have to worry about Walter being gone for a while with Noah.
Okay. I guess I'll just find him one day and be like, hey, buddy, I know you just came back from...
What do you want?
Do you want to go to, Noblin, by chance?
Do I want to go?
are you able to go, and will you go?
Maybe. What for?
I want to see my dad.
All right. How long do you think we'll be there?
Not that long. Like a couple hours, maybe.
All right, so I don't need to pack for this trip.
No.
Are we taking anybody else?
No. Well,
What?
I don't know. No, wait. Christmas and Sala are gone.
They will be, yeah.
So that's the only person I would want to take is probably Sala so that she could see her parents, but yeah. I don't know if anyone else
You
wants to
can
come.
choose to wait for them to get back with you, so if you want.
Let me retcon and say that I asked Sala before they left
Okay.
if she would want to go back for like a day.
So in that case, Koop, how long do you intend to be gone?
Well, I'm teleporting myself, and I can't do it quite like Walter can. So, I would be leaving almost immediately, and then I need a long rest again in order to teleport back anyway. So It's gonna be a day or two before he gets back. Probably 2 days before he gets back.
So in that case, because we kind of budgeted for like a week for you guys, in that case, Sala would say that yeah, she would like to go if you're going.
Okay.
Okay.
So yeah, Sala would like to go. I don't know if Christmas is coming.
No, if we have that much time, Christmas is gonna take another trip.
Okay.
Where are you going in Noblin?
Filminator.
Why do I keep forgetting the name of it?
Yolmanir.
Yolmanir, yeah.
I just said it.
We
That's
spent
where-
a whole bunch of time. That was where Marin broke her tether and got Flameheart.
Yeah, it's like a special place.
I know.
That's where the Temple of Hesperus is, right?
Yeah.
Yep, that's the main Temple of Hesperus.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 sec. I need to grab some stuff from Gwen's sheet.
I really gotta, like, when talking to Sala, the character, I have to refrain from, because I have taken to calling the cat Salsa and Salad.
Aww. That's your
So I
that's your
have
new
to-
name now. You're Salsa.
Yeah.
Hey,
Or
Salsa.
Salad. I've
Hi,
also
Salad.
called her Salad.
Saucy Mama.
Yeah. Not anymore. She don't got mama parts. So.
That's okay. You can be a mama in spirit, just like you can be a daddy without kids.
She might
There you
actually have kids that we don't know about.
Yeah. I mean, probably.
Who doesn't?
She's a lot older than the people that we got her from thought she was. They
Mm.
thought she was like maybe a year old, and she's over 2 years old.
Okay. So sorry, I had to grab Gwen's parents' names.
Theodore
we'll
and
do
Marina.
since Christmas is not going to
got
go on
tomorrow.
this. Since Christmas is not going to go on this particular trip, we will do Magda's stuff first.
Marina and Marie.
Nope,
That's
not even
confusing.
close. You already should know what her mom's name is because her name is Gwen Heron's daughter.
Her
but-
Heron? Heron?
Heron, yeah, like
Like the bird?
Haran.
Harry. Yeah.
Heron. I have a tendency
Heron and Chickadee.
to overpronounce like Harris and Heron because I'm trying not to say Harris. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah, once you are ready, Walter can do his little teleporty thingy. Thankfully, Hjolmenir does have a teleportation circle, and Walter knows it, so it's a little easier for him to get there without worrying about getting off target. What?
Fjaramir.
Oh, okay.
The Niarwood.
Nearwood, Firewood, wherever you are, Wood.
Yes. So you and Walter grab your stuff and get ready to head out. Walter, just so that he has the space for his circle, he takes you to the top of Sing Tower. Oh, baby. Stop it, Koop. Takes you to the top of Sing Tower and draws out his circle there on the existing circle. And once again, the very familiar sensation of all of the air being pulled out of your body and being thrown forward in space hits you. But this time, on the other end, there is an instant, because where you're coming from, it is autumn, early autumn. Where you're going, it is early spring. Hold on, it's Rionel, which means it's late autumn, late spring. My bad. But you're immediately hit with, it is a fair bit colder in this place than where you were in Frosthold. And it is a very familiar kind of cold, because of course you being from the place that shall not be named, you're used to this subarctic kind of...
Hey, you participated in the joke too. Good for you.
I always do.
Yeah. That nameless town. That
one that's just kind of...
The one... Oh, God, it's on the tip of my tongue. It's just such a nondescript word.
Yeah. I mean, it's a town. It's a city.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got things in it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the place you're going is not that place, it's Hjolmenir. Hjolmenir is very distinct. You feel your feet land on solid stone, and you are... First, the cold hits you as you feel like a breeze come past. And as you look up, you see that in front of you, the gigantic stone doors to the Temple of Hesperus are open in front of you, and you are just inside of the temple itself, where the teleport circle is. The interior is not necessarily warmer. It's warmer around the fires they have lit in here, but the doors are left open as it is spring, and this is t-shirt weather for the locals. So leaving the doors open, let the place air out after winter. And you can see down the thousands of steps that go down the side of this mountain, the little bayside town of Hjolmenir sits. And I believe you have been here before in your life, not during the campaign, but you have been here before. So it's not completely unfamiliar, but you definitely never climbed the damn mountain and all those goddamn Aztec style steps to get up to the temple. And as soon as Walter realizes where you are, he's like, shit.
Why couldn't you put us up on the top of the mountain?
Because this is where the circle is.
Whose fucking idea was that?
I don't know. Probably the High Priestess at some point.
Well, fuck her. Sorry, that's
at least it's easier to walk down than up. And he steps out the doors and looks around, and he says, "Or no, that's stupid.
No, tell me.
We could slide down.
Like.
So to give you an idea, outside toward the bottom where the village is, everything is fairly green. There's piles of snow here and there. The mountain itself is still pretty snowy. And you can actually see next to the stairway, because the stairway is straight down. Next to the stairway, there's definitely tracks of people sliding all the way down. And he looks at it and he's like, or to save my dignity, I could just teleport us down there.
Nah,
Let's go with option 1. That was a fun idea. Always go with the first idea. That's what they say.
All right, and he like reaches into his satchel, and you see Walter doesn't really use it very often, but you have seen him use it before. He pulls a shield out of his satchel, and he's like,
sledding.
He's like, "This is mine. I don't know what you're doing, but have fun."
What am I doing? I don't think I have a shield.
You have a defender rapier.
You
have
can
wings.
fly.
Wings.
I was going to do something cool with that. Koop. I don't know.
What are you gonna do?
You could use the wings to push him down the hill on the shield.
But I think gravity will do that well enough.
Well, I don't know if I've shown Walter yet what I can do is the thing.
Yeah.
So I'm just like, well, I don't really have anything that I can use, so I guess I'll just go down on my feet. Just that way. It'll be fine.
Okay.
Yep. I definitely won't break all of my limbs. It's fine.
I might. And he walks
Okay.
over to this like slide area, and he's like,
Here. If it'll make you feel better, I'll go first. And I start to slide down. I go
just
a little.
on your butt.
No, like I'll stand. And like
you're like trying to surf down?
Yeah, I'll kind of like shakily like slide down, and then when I hit like a little like upturn ledge thing, then I'll kind of like as I slide down, I'll look back at him like, hey, it's not so bad, right? Yeah, and then I start to like pretend to be like, whoa. And then when I hit a little ledge and get a little bit of air, then I'll just poof. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know what? I love this too much to make you roll for it. You're just like sliding down, and you start to like wobble on purpose, and Walter's watching you like ready like to cast some kind of spell to help you. And then he just sees the explosion of black and white and teal feathers, and you just go soaring down the mountainside, and he's like, fuck you.
Hey, look on the bright. If maybe you have the same thing, and you'll be fine just like I was.
He picks up the shield and shoves it back in his bag. He's like, fine, if we're going to play that game. And he casts fly on himself. It's much less impressive because he just floats down the mountainside, but he's just quietly fuming with his arms crossed the whole way.
He gets down there, and I just kind of like smile at him with a shitting grin, and I'm like,
yeah. You like have this graceful landing, and your wings like flick and then fold back, and he just lands, and he's like, I hate you.
I got a new trick. I want to show it off.
What?
Oh wait, did we leave Sala up top?
Oh shit, I forgot Sala was with you. No, she's there. Okay. What trick does Sala have up her sleeve? That's a good question.
I can also fly back up there and get her.
I'm just gonna chalk this up to Sala is always very quiet.
Sala just beats them both to the bottom.
Yeah. No explanation as to how she's there. She's just there.
Hold on, let me roll some things.
She pulls a snowboard out of her bag.
Yeah, as you guys like land at the bottom and are talking, and you're like, did we leave Sala up there? You both look up and you don't see her. And Walter's like, oh, she definitely came with us, right?
I wasn't the one driving.
And what is your passive perception?
Not great. 12.
12? Walter's isn't amazing. Nope, his is 11. So yeah, you guys are like looking up there and be like, oh shit, did we leave Sala on accident? And Walter's like running back through his spell in his head, like, I swear, I included her in the... And you hear from behind you, took you guys long enough. And you see Sala standing there.
What
She's got a little like snow on her pants, but she looks perfectly composed.
If there's anyone, I look back at Walter, I'm like, if there's anyone you should hate, it should be her.
No, I mostly hate you for showing off.
Great. Cool.
All right.
Well, here we are.
You ladies go off and have your fun little family reunions. I'm going to go to the bar.
Sad sack, Jesus.
What? I don't have family here. I don't have family.
Oh God.
What? It's just...
It gets even sadder every time you open up your mouth.
It's like, it's not sad, it's just a fact.
Why don't you just come with us?
Because it's going to be awkward.
Oh my God.
Also, the last time I interacted with your father, you were just starting to not hate me.
Yeah. So, it should be fine.
Fine. And he looks at Sala. He's like, I assume you know where we're going. And she's like, if Mom still lives in the same place, yeah.
Lead the way.
Yeah. And Sala will take you down from this sort of landing area at the bottom of the stairs. And you guys head into the palisade-surrounded village of Hjolmenir. The centerpiece of the village is the gigantic overturned ship that has been turned into a mead hall and inn. It is still there all this time later. It is a little different because it's almost definitely been probably accidentally burned down once or twice, but you know, a lot can happen in 300 years. But you do see that since the last time you were here, I imagine you probably visited when you were a kid, a few more businesses have popped up, a couple new houses. There's basically everything a small medieval town could need. So there's a blacksmith, there's a weavery, there's tanners down by a creek nearby, and so on and so forth. But a couple interesting things that you notice right away is a very familiar sign, a very small sign, sitting outside of a building on the main drag here that says Wrenly Cobbler.
Oh.
And it's got like the loopy writing that that Hector used, that is your mother's handwriting.
No.
And you can see it's like a little wooden sign, and it's freshly painted. It looks like it was just put up recently. And there is the metal like outline of like a little bird hanging from it, a silhouette rather. At the moment, I would say it's closed. You guys probably arrived on like an off day where like things are a little chiller. And there's not a whole lot of people walking around at the moment. A light snow has begun. Even though it's late spring, it still snows here at this point in the year. And Sala continues walking past, but you do see her clock the sign. And she's like, ooh, your dad is already making moves on my hometown.
Boy. He gets, he goes all in very quickly on a lot of things, so.
Apparently, he has a girlfriend now, so that's fun.
Mm-hmm.
But she leads you guys further and further down until you get to an area down by the cliffs that overlook the piers that go into the water. And standing out there a fair bit removed from other homes in the town and outside the palisade, there is a pretty sizable log cabin that looks like it's been added on to a couple times in the past. And it's definitely a home built for a Geary person to live in. Everything's a little bit larger than you're used to. And you see out front there are like racks with animal hides like strung out to dry that have been scraped and everything. There's a shed outside that you walk past and you see the door is open and there's like tools and traps hanging on the walls and a little like workbench in there. It does have a little enclosed garden on the side. The cabin itself is sort of L-shaped, so the fence creates a little enclosed area where things that can stand up to like late frost have started to be planted, and then there's some areas that are covered over with glass and other material, like little greenhouses. But you don't see anybody outside, and you do see like light coming from the windows. And Sala, she stops like 10 feet short of the door, and you see her get nervous. And anytime she has gotten nervous in the past, you've always seen her take Christmas's arm or Gwen's arm. And at this point, you see her like, she's got her hands clasped in front of her, and you see her like glance side to side, like she wishes one of them were there. And she turns back and looks at you, and she's like, this might be a bad idea.
Well, if something happens, are you going to regret it if you don't?
Probably. I
Then
mean,
it's a good idea.
They already know, but I really don't want to face them.
I will very hesitantly and very awkwardly reach out and like kind of grab her hand. Be like,
Oh.
we'll do it together.
And she nods, and you feel her like squeeze your hand, and immediately she's a little bit like takes a deep breath and steps up to the door with you and knocks on this huge wooden door that is painted this deep sort of lovely shade of purple. And you can see inscribed into the front of it, there is a circle of runes around a design of like a mountain. And when she knocks, she kind of smiles a little. She's like, normally I'd just barge in, but it doesn't really feel like my house anymore. But you can hear footsteps from inside. And soon the door swings open, and you see it swings open like a foot, and you see a set of dark, like nearly black gray horns like pop around the side, and you see a tiefling look out who has a like long silvery hair. She has like light makeup on that just sort of accentuates like a little bit, makes her cheekbones a little bit darker. When your skin is that dark, there's not a ton you can do, but she like uses a lot of shading. But she glances out, and you see these like burning ember red eyes, and she sees you first because stranger, and you see her brows furrow, and then she sees Sala, and you see her whole face light up, and she throws open the door to the side. She's probably about 6 feet tall, and you can see like the long tiefling tail behind her, and she's dressed in like leathers and hides like she's a hunter. But she looks at Sala for a long moment, and she says, My God. You're actually alive. And Sala kind of smiles a little. She's like, yeah, despite my best efforts. And the woman steps forward and immediately seizes Sala in a hug. And you see further into the cabin, you can see all this very nice handmade furniture with furs over everything to make everything soft and warm. You see a red tiefling with long black hair sitting on a sofa, and you see him lean out, and he has a full dark beard, and he sees Sala too, and he immediately pops up and comes running. You can see he's both of them have a lot of scars, and both of them, their clothing has a very distinctly Lochmeny feel, where a lot of it is asymmetrical, where it'll be buttoned down the side instead of in the front, and has some designs that are inherently imagine more traditional Chinese. And he comes running too, and you just hear him say, Sala, and he grabs both of them in his arms. And once they pull back and they're looking down at her, because they both dwarf her immensely, she looks up at them. She's like, so, Magda. And she reaches out and puts a hand on your shoulder and looks up at the two of them. She says, Kai, Weiyun, this is Magda Wrenly. And both of them turn and look at you, and there's an instantaneous recognition of the name, and they both grab you and hug you too, between them. And Sala's guys, she's she.
It's okay.
Yeah,
it's fine.
And the woman, Weiyun, she pulls back and holds you at arm's length as Kai stands next to her, and she just looks you over and she's like, you look so much like your father.
Thank you. I'm glad I look like a old man.
That's no.
No, it is a compliment. Thank you.
But she looks down at you and she says, or no, she's about eye level with you, isn't she?
Yeah.
She looks at you and she says, we had no idea you were coming.
We're making some last minute rounds. It's fine.
And when you say last minute, you see her brows kind of furrow, but she nods. She says, okay, we'll save that conversation for... Let me go get your dad, and let me get Heron. And she runs inside, and you hear her calling through the rooms. And soon you see Hector appear around the corner, dressed in his gray sweater and not his green vest. You see he's wearing a new blue vest. Which is interesting because Hector does not have a wide wardrobe, and he rarely buys new clothes. So it's where did he get that? But he steps around the corner. You can see he's wearing not his leather apron, but a kitchen apron. And as he sees you, he immediately hurries toward the door. And as soon as he grabs you in for a hug, the first thing you notice is he is not as gaunt as he used to be. He has much better color to his skin. He looks like he's filled out a little more, maybe even gotten a little more muscular. But he just hugs you as tight as he can, as Weiyun and Kai are or Weiyun is still, sorry, which one is which? Kai is the man. I'm sorry. Kai is still holding on to Sala. And Hector looks down at you and he's like, I would have made something. I didn't.
It's fine. You don't need to make anything.
Come inside. And he welcomes all of you in. As you can hear in the further in, Weiyun talking to what you assume is Heron. But they bring you into this like wide log cabin room that it is nothing if not rustic and warm. There are furs all over the furniture, makes everything very like soft and comforting. There's a big like fireplace that still has embers going in it. There's all kinds of tables around the room that have anything from like decorations made out of like pieces of antlers to tools being stored. From what you can see, it looks like the people who live here make everything themselves. They don't do a whole lot of buying. But as they get you in and Hector's like still floored to see you, you see stepping around the corner a geary woman who looks painfully like Gwen. She stands close to 10 feet tall. She's maybe a little bit shorter than Gwen. Long black hair with a couple gray streaks. You can see she has all kinds of like runic tattoos on her, some that even match some that Gwen had. Plenty of scars, and she has a leather apron on right now and gloves. You can see she was probably working at something. But as she comes around the corner, she sees Sala first, and you see her face light up, and then she sees you, and there's not a... She is glad to see you, but there's an immediate reminder that Gwen is not there. But she steps forward with Wei-Yun beside her and immediately like grabs Sala up in a hug, lifts her off her feet. Little Sala is like half her size, so she has to like lean down and get her. And they exchange a few like whispered words before Harren turns toward you. And as she meets your eyes, she says, Magda, it's good to finally see you.
You too.
Come here. And she, you can tell like where Gwen got that sort of sweetness from as Harren actually kneels down to hug you properly. And she holds on to you for longer than a typical like greeting hug, and you can tell that despite never having met you before, she already adores you, probably because of Hector. But when she finally like holds you at arm's length and meets your eyes again, she says,
You don't have to say anything about it.
I'm glad you're here.
I am too.
It's good to know that Gwen found somebody to be so fond of. Sala has told me a bit.
I don't know how, because I am frightfully unpleasant when he gets to know me. So,
from what I've heard, that is not necessarily true.
it was more true before, but she helped a lot with that.
I'm sure these, and she motions to Hector and Wei-Yun and Kai, and she's like, I'm sure they've already said all of the I wish we knew you were coming things, but come sit down, we'll make a little something and catch up a bit. And she stands back up and welcomes you all further in, and Wei-Yun and Kai kind of take over as like the hosts, while Harren goes into the kitchen off to the side, and Sala eventually follows her, but Hector sits you down And he's like holding onto your hand, almost like he doesn't want to let go of you. And he says, What brought on a surprise visit?
Oh, we were just in the neighborhood. Thought we would.
I wasn't aware that Frosthold was in the neighborhood of Hamnoblin.
Yeah, that was a joke.
I will say also, Walter, I haven't forgotten about Walter. He is there, but he's kind of keeping to himself.
That's fine.
Wayan and Kai are just pelting him with questions like, who the fuck are you?
That is a good question. We might be going somewhere kind of far, and we just wanted to see everyone beforehand. So,
How much further away can you get than Frosthold?
Another plane of existence. It's very, very, very long story that's very convoluted and confusing.
Okay.
We're trying to save Gwyn.
Oh.
I mean, we're trying to do a lot more than that, but that's the important part.
I mean, that's good to hear, but Sala's kept us up to date on a few things. Not a lot of details, but you're going after this Sav character.
Mm-hmm.
Or,
Yeah.
I mean, don't they have like Elder Druids and Master Arcanists that can do that kind of? You don't have to do that.
We don't have to do that. But we're going to.
My first thought is to say you shouldn't because you're just a kid, but I guess you're not just a kid anymore.
It'll be tough, but it'll be all right, I think.
And you're taking your dramatic friend and your explosive friend with you in the big minotaur?
Yeah. Along with some others.
As long as you're
We
not
got
going
some-
alone, I guess.
We got some people from the Obsidian Collective coming with us too, so.
Shit. Alright. How did you...
It's, again, a very
No, I know it's
incredibly-
a long story, but it's just real strange to think that 6-7 years ago you were just a normal girl from a little town in the middle of nowhere, and now you got friends in the Obsidian Collective and you're going after a god, I guess.
It was a very convoluted accident.
Yeah. I gathered. But if it gets to be too much, you're allowed to run away and come home.
That was the plan. I mean, the plan was get rid of my curse, and that's gone, by the way.
I was about to mention it. I kind of noticed the...
Yeah. Skin's all good. My hair's even growing out, see?
Yeah. Are any of Magda's tattoos visible? Would the one on her
No.
chest be, like, would any of it come
I don't
above
have
the
the
line
one
of
on
her
my
shirt?
chest. Well,
you don't have it
that was
yet.
something I was going to ask you about how many more tattoos I can add, but
Whatever your table on the Order of the Magpie says.
that's a good question. I'll look at that later.
Yeah.
But
We
I
can
don't think I
assume-
have that one yet.
We can assume you do any others over the break. You'll have access to Christine for that.
Okay.
But yeah. He says, Sala wrote us a real long... Well, she wrote Heron, and Heron decided it was something she wanted to share with me because it involved you, but she explained a little bit about what happened in Feywild, another crazy place you've been. She said Gwen's the reason your curse broke.
It wasn't my choice.
I know.
That's part of the reason I know that I have to go after her. She gave me my life back, so I have to give her mine and give her hers back.
You know, I can't fault you for that logic, but at the same time, you're my kid, and I really don't want you to go. And then again, I can't deny Heron the chance at getting hers back either.
Yeah, and it would also be really bad if no one did it.
Yeah.
If we're not gonna do it, then nobody is.
Well, with how useless some of the collective's been lately, I imagine that's true. Not to speak ill of your friends, I'm sorry.
Oh no, half of them are kind of useless pieces of shit. So there's some that are competent, but yeah. Most of them are very angry, the ones that we've met.
I imagine.
Yeah.
But,
Kenna McAmbro.
well, I mean,
Nightmare.
if the stories I've heard about her are true, that's just kind of how she is.
Yeah. Never caught her on a good day. Kit, the Winter Druid.
Little do you know, you've caught her always on a good day. Which is why she's mad.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well,
But
I don't know if you saw on your way in, but I am starting to move the business over here.
you're getting up there to be starting another
Well,
franchise.
I mean, I'm not franchising necessarily, unless you do want the one back home, but this is home now for me.
Well,
Starting to even work on building a house, and I might someday, not anytime soon, I promise, might someday get married.
wow.
It's still early, but
Yeah. Like,
she's lovely.
she is. Yeah.
I wish you could meet her, but she's out of town today.
Well, there'll be time for that.
Yeah, you're gonna come back.
And I'm staying.
Yeah?
Once Gwen's out, once Sov is taken care of, I have officially resigned from the AMC, and they're going to start paying me a pension. I don't have to really work again. So,
Yeah. Well, you know there'll always be room here for you and Gwen until you guys get settled wherever you want to be.
It'll be here.
I thought for the longest time that the business was going to end with me.
I thought so too. And to be fair, I know absolutely nothing about shoes, so there's going to have to be a lot of lessons.
That's fine.
I'm not a particularly fast learner.
I raised you. I know how you learn.
We don't have to go into it. It's fine.
There'll be plenty of time for everything. And if you decide that my profession is not what you want to do, there's no saying you can't take that shop and turn it into something else or do whatever it is you want to. I don't have any kind of fascination with the legacy or anything. I just want my kid to be happy and content.
Yeah. I guess there's plenty of time to figure out what content means after.
Yeah.
Harris, what the fuck happened?
I banged my funny bone.
We
I
needed
just saw
that.
you go,
I banged my funny bone on my desk.
Anyway.
Yeah. But Wayne and Kai, who again just pelting Walter with all kinds of questions like, who the fuck are you? What do you do? Why were we told to hate you before? And yeah, Walter's just like, I'm just a friend. I'm just helping.
I
but
do nothing to save him.
But eventually they're like, okay. But they come over to you, and Hector like reintroduces them properly. He says, this is Wayne and Kai, Harren's partners. They're you know, a big part of the reason any of this good stuff is happening for me. So they also helped me get a hold of the building and set up everything. So they're good friends.
I will look at them and I'll say, I appreciate you taking care of him.
Yeah. Wayun smiles to you and says, he is an absolute delight. So we're happy to take care of him. But we honestly don't know what we'd do without him at this point. He's sort of our favorite roommate. For now. Soon we'll get him into his own place, and then feel like dinner every week is in the books after that. That way and she like looks at him and she's like, that way you can have plenty of time with your lady. And he just like blushes immediately. He's like, not in front of my kid.
Oh, gross. Okay, I'm gonna breeze past that.
Yeah. But Kai speaks up. He says, I also think it's I want to thank you for this is all sad nonsense, but I want to thank you for being part of Gwen's life. And we know it's not over yet. Sala's kept us in the loop, but we never saw her write about somebody so fondly.
I almost said she probably has lousy taste, but that's not...
I will take that as a personal insult if you say that about my kind of daughter.
No.
She has wonderful taste.
She is very good at being patient
Mhm.
and giving people many chances.
And you see like Wayun and Kai like share a glance like, yup, we know. But I think after a while, Harren will call you guys into like the kitchen dining area, and she's like made something small, like a little like guests are here spread. And I think that unless there's something specific you want to discuss with them, otherwise,
No.
I think that's a good spot to like fade out of that and like watch the conversation go on. Camera pulls out the window as we see everybody talking. We don't have a ton of time left, but Christmas, I'm sorry.
You're on.
I can't hear you.
I said, that's okay. Does anyone need to be done, like, at 3?
I think
near
Ash
3-ish,
said
but I might not be going to this thing that I need to go to.
'Cause there's
it's
just-
Yeah, we have a winter storm warning that just got announced.
Mhm.
So
Okay. I won't worry about it. Some of this stuff is probably going to bleed over into next session, but that's okay.
That's okay. We'll get through a bit if we can, and see if we can find a good like cutoff point if it runs a little long. But yeah, so before this stuff in Yolnir happens, Christmas and Sala get together to do their own thing.
So I have to talk to 2 people before we go. One of them is Foostrak, and that's already been done.
Yep.
The other one is Noah, and we might need to add one task to Noah's to-do list when he goes to Mount Doom
That's fine.
to forge stuff.
Mount Gear. Thank you.
Yeah. He I'm aware that we still have some of the ripcords. And there's 2 of them that we probably don't want to mess with, but one of them I would ask him is one of the steel ones that is attuned to the Feywild. I would ask him to try to take the metal from that ripcord while I'm gone, and instead of having it be a ripcord, turn it into a tuning fork that's attuned to the Feywild so that I can use it for plane shift instead. That way, instead of sending one of us to the Feywild, I can send all of us.
Nice.
Natural 20.
Cool. Yeah, honestly, like because it's steel and because
That's 40.
the forge is so fucking hot, like it is so easy to melt that down and reforge it into a tuning fork. You don't have to cast this one because you can forge it into shape.
Cool.
At a lower temperature, but yeah, no problem at all. You will have a Feywild tuning fork.
I'll grab that when I come back.
Cool.
Those are the conversations I want to have. Otherwise, like, early the next day, I would just grab Sala and we're going to teleport. So I would have checked the day before, probably with Keladir, because she was my last contact regarding the Bannencrets.
Yeah.
Just to see, like, are they home? I know that they've been supporting, like, the rebellion, not the rebellion, the opposite side of the rebellion.
Wrong campaign.
They've been supporting the GWC and the whatnot. So are they home right now?
They are. She will tell you that they would have just gotten home.
Cool.
Um,
This is going to be
Yeah.
so fucked up for them.
I will say, are you going super early in the morning in order to arrive in the evening at Lochmanos?
I'm going super early in the morning so that I can spend my time there and get back quickly. Because in order to teleport back, I'm going to need to have a long rest in Lochmanos.
Okay. So you're not trying to line up time zones, you're just trying to be able to get a rest. Okay.
If I can leave as early as possible so that it's like people are still awake time in Lochmanos, I would want to try to do that.
Yeah, if you leave super early in the morning, you would be able to get there in like mid to late evening, like definitely before your parents would normally go to bed.
Lovely.
But yeah.
I will pack a go bag and grab Sala and I
And shove her in the bag.
Yeah,
Let's go.
No. And we will
Come on, honey.
teleport just kind of right outside the family grounds.
Would you like to describe what the abandoned ranch looks like, or shall I?
I'll have you do it, because I already know you're probably going to take some Red Dead inspiration for describing it. So, yeah, go nuts.
Tiny bit. I haven't totally been playing that game nonstop for days. But yes, so you grab Sala and you just teleport right out of your room. The place you land will put you at the beginning of a long straight road leading up to the actual house. The house itself could be described as like a mashup between like a Tudorian style, like one of those tall center houses, and a plantation house.
I was always kind of picturing like Braithwaite Manor from Red Dead 2.
Yes, but more Tudorian.
Yeah.
Because I don't need your parents to own a slave plantation.
It's a good call.
Yeah. So the columns out in front that sort of make this style of house are square instead of the round columns. And they are covered with all kinds of carved-in imagery. The house itself is in the sort of Tudorian style. It does have the whitewashing, but most of the house is wooden, being that it does sit in a cleared area in a large forested region. Let me grab the map of Lochmanos, actually, just so I can accurately describe this. It's snowing! Again! Where's my Lochmanos map? What the fuck?
It's gone.
Sorry.
Lochmanos is gone. Sav took it.
I just haven't.
He took the whole
uploaded it,
continent.
Gyarados toss appeared from the sea, and then it took Lochmanos back.
Christmas and Sawa just teleport into the middle of an ocean.
Yeah. If any continent was going to disappear, it would be Gyarados. Because that one floats. I swear to God, I have... What happened to it? Have I not done the digital version of the map?
Of Lochmanos? I swear I've seen a Lochmanos map before.
I swear to God I have. I know
it's not there though.
I know I have the old version that's in my folder. But I know there's a new version because I drew it by hand originally.
Well,
hold on 1 second. Let me search a couple.
I don't see one in the maps folder.
No, it's not on the drive. Sorry, guys.
This stream brought to you by
Final Fantasy VIII. A good game.
Fuck up.
But it's not actually, though. This stream brought to you by Biddies. The tickle big ones.
I did play like an hour of Final Fantasy 15 the other day.
Isn't it great?
It's fine.
Shut up.
It's a slow start, I will give it that.
It is a very slow start. Once you are like free to explore the world and do stuff and like get to know the characters, because Noctis is a little bit of a drag. The other characters are fucking wonderful.
Noctis is a huge fucking drag.
He is, but that's because they needed their Cloud style fucking...
Well, and unlike Cloud, he doesn't actually do drag, so it's less fun.
Yeah, that too.
I don't know. I feel like Noctis... He seems like he's a Kingdom Hearts character that somehow ended up in Final Fantasy rather than the other way around.
That's the same company.
Oh yeah, but the others don't look like they came out of Kingdom Hearts to me.
Oh. I think they look like a little boy band.
I mean, aren't Kingdom Hearts characters basically just Final Fantasy and Disney characters mashed together?
Yeah.
So all Final Fantasy characters should look like Kingdom Hearts characters.
Alina liked making fun of how Prompto runs.
Prompto is
Oh
wonderful.
my God.
It's Robbie Damon.
Prompto is so cute. I love Prompto.
I don't like Ignis.
What?
Oh,
Yeah.
Ignis is Taylor's favorite character.
Ignis is basically just Percy.
I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Gladiolus is my favorite.
Of course he is.
He's
Wow, we're all
Get the
shocked.
ball!
We're all so surprised. Who
The
would have
giant
thought
guy with a huge
the guy
fucking
with
sword.
the big sword who has his titties out all the time is Harris's favorite?
And loves
I
Cup
hate-
Noodle.
I hate
Yeah, he
his
does.
tattoos, though.
His tattoos are great.
See, I don't like them.
I'm very protective of Final Fantasy 15. Okay, so I can't find the digital version, which
That's
tells
okay.
me I haven't drawn it or I lost it somehow, which is stupid. But I do have the hand-drawn version.
Cool.
So did I tell you what city the Abandoned Cret Ranch is near?
Maybe, but it would have been a long time ago.
Okay, cool. So I'm just gonna wing this a little bit. So your home is not within the Draconian Kingdom of Val, which is kind of like one of the last bastions of problems in this continent. You guys are near the city of Sotabara. Sotabara sits at the bottom of the Minas Mountains, which run across the center, upper west and lower east of the continent. The Minas Forest, which sits south of the mountains, surrounds your actual home. Instead of like Braithwaite Manor, I want you to think of the ranch that John works on in the epilogue before he gets to Beecher's Hope, up in the Grizzlies. So it is surrounded by forest, but loads of land has been cleared out for the pastures, the stables. There are several barns here. There is a like fully constructed, though not paved or cobbled, road that leads to this house. Sotabara itself is a few miles away, so not that far. But the house is sort of in its own little cubby of the forest and the mountains. So much so that you guys are kind of tucked into an area like not necessarily in the valley itself, but ahead of the valley between two mountains. The house is mostly whitewashed, though there is some color on like trim and eaves and whatnot, mostly greens. And it does have a set of 4 mostly identical barns next to it, except for the color of the barns themselves. They stand in red, orange, brown, and gray. Each of these barns is dedicated to something different. One of them is like storage for tack. One of them is the hay barn. One of them is more of a workshop, and the last one is kind of multi-use. There are smaller houses at the edge of the sort of estate where some of the ranch hands live. There's not a whole lot of them, but there are a few, and some of the people that work in the house itself live out there as well. The pastures themselves they take up the most space, and there are some horses out there roaming and grazing and just kind of doing their thing. The stables stand next to the main road itself, beside one of the barns. And you do see that out in one of the pastures, separate from the horses, there are a few Kyotori roaming around, doing their thing, like big old yellow ostriches. For the moment, it looks like it's kind of business as usual around here. You see a few ranch hands walking around. One leading a couple of horses to the barn. You recognize like somebody heading that way as well with like farrier's tools. all in all, the only thing that strikes you as at all different from when you left is that the gray barn is a new addition, and there are a couple new houses on the edge of the property. Everything else looks like it has not changed at all. Like, the paint has been kept up. Nothing looks worn. Your parents were very good about keeping things up. But yeah, it's just kind of a peaceful scene that you arrive upon.
I just take Sala's hand carefully and then just start walking towards the front door.
Yeah, she's immediately taking everything in and kind of stunned by this gigantic house, which truly is the size of some of the bigger plantation houses. And as you're making your way up toward the door, she looks over at you and she's like, what are we telling them?
Everything.
Oh God, okay. And she just gets real nervous and clings to your arm a little bit. But she keeps in step with you as you walk up. And as is the norm in spring here, because it is nice and fairly warm. All of the windows on the house have been thrown open, all the shutters open. The doors themselves have been propped open to allow just the breeze to go through the whole house. Being in the being below the foothills of the mountains, it's not especially chilly here. So it's just that perfect temperature that first day in spring where you open everything and just let the wind go through. You can see that some people are doing some spring cleaning around. There's rugs out on a line that are being that have been beaten and washed and all that. You even see some familiar faces that still work here, and you see a couple people freeze when they see you walk by. They just follow you going by. You don't look quite the same, but you look familiar enough.
I look enough like my father that they're probably wondering when he got all these tattoos.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, they're like, what the fuck, Reggie? Missed abandoned credit. But yeah. Sala walks with you up to the open front doors, and you look down the very familiar entry hall. You don't really have a foyer. You have a long hall that goes through to the other side of the house. And you see the familiar runner going through the house that is specifically the spring runner. It's in green and gold. You see spring decorations all over the place. Your mother insists on having seasonal decorations. You see side tables with little plants on them and a couple mirrors here and there, coat rack and wardrobe. And you see people cross over here and there. And immediately you're door to the kitchen, door to the dining room, archway to the den, all of this. You remember every bit of it.
Given the time of day, do I have a good idea of where either Miriam or Reginald III would be currently?
Typically, as things wind down for the evening before the sun completely goes down, everybody outside is finishing up their chores for the day. Your parents would typically have just finished their final checks around the property to make sure everything's running smoothly. That was more your dad's thing than your mom. Your mom was more of she did her own share of the work, but less with horses, more with the estate itself. So she would be checking any ledgers for the day. If any big orders came in, she would be cataloging things. Typically they would do that in the den, sitting together. In fact, I have a question for you. Mm-hmm. Your parents, what is their marriage like?
Let me pull up my far too long backstory here because I have that. They definitely, they love each other.
Nice.
But there are days where it felt like maybe they loved the business more.
Mm-hmm.
And he never really had he didn't have a combative relationship with his parents either. Like his relationship with them was almost like just cordial acquaintances, it felt like. So they didn't really show affection to each other or to him. Yeah. They were just there were a lot of days where it just kind of felt like they were just there. They were just
roommates.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. So typically at this time of the day, when they're like going over all their final stuff, they would be sitting in the den together, like comparing information, making sure everything was balanced. They were very prolific about keeping everything in the books perfect. So for your direction, there is an archway that leads into the den.
That's where we're going.
The den being one of the larger rooms in the house, though there is a small, technically ballroom that they also use for like meetings with people or gathering up the staff to talk to them. It's sort of a multi-purpose room, but it definitely was designed to be a ballroom. Heading around the corner toward the den, you see the unfolding of like all of the greens and golds of your mother's preferred spring decorations. You see like the familiar hammered metal decor on the wall that like mimics branches and leaves and all that. There are fresh flowers all over the place. There are indoor plants in here. There's a set of sofas surrounding a large, low coffee table that sits in front of a massive fucking fireplace that is made of like stone brick and then whitewashed. The mantle is covered with all kinds of little awards and things that the ranch has won, and or that like famous racehorses from the ranch have won. Sitting on opposite couches from each other, facing each other, with all their paperwork on the table in front of them, in a rather familiar style of ledger sitting in front of your mother as your father is reading off things from his side. You see a man who looks very much like you, though perhaps a bit more fine and put together and better groomed at this point. Reginald Vandenkret III, dressed in a fairly nice, like dark vest. He has a tailcoat over the edge of the couch next to him. Nice, like dress shirt. He has saddle pants on at the moment, which tell you he's been working with the horses today, himself, like riding. And his always pristinely polished and cared for leather boots still on. You can see a very faint track of mud going through, which is not uncommon for him. It's why you guys have maids in the house. But at the moment, he looks a little more disheveled than usual, like maybe he had a hard day. His hair isn't quite perfect at the moment, and his beard is a little scraggly. Across from him, your mother is... she's the one that I believe Christmas got the red hair from. So the long, sort of fiery hair, perfectly smooth and like all brushed to one side. It looks like she probably took it out of a braid by just like the texture of it for the moment. But she's just all got it pushed to one side as she's looking over this ledger, dressed in a fairly fine, like Victorian style dress with like the puffed sleeves. the longer, or not a dress, it would be a blouse and skirt. And then she's got her own, like, slightly heeled boots on. Very, very, like, Mary Poppins looking outfit.
I think Kate Blanchett was actually the original real-life person inspiration for his mom. Which fits.
You know what? Kate Blanchett in Titanic, like, Rose's outfits, like, that's perfect. I love that.
Are you thinking of Kate Winslet? Kate Blanchett wasn't in.
Kate Blanchett. I'm sorry, I mixed them up. Kate Winslet's outfits on Kate Blanchett.
There you go.
Sorry. You said red hair, and I was like, Kate Winslet. But anyway. She's currently, like, listening to your father read off his stuff, and anytime he says something that doesn't quite mesh, she's like, hold on, Reginald. And, like, she rattles off numbers back to him, and they figure it out between them. This was a nightly occurrence growing up. This was how your parents spent, like, the evening after dinner, to the point that it's almost comforting to see this still happening. But yeah, they don't even notice you guys, like, step into the archway, and Sala's, like, partially, like, she's not behind you, but she's definitely, like, back a little bit, got your arm
lurking,
in front of her.
like normal.
She's lurking. Like, yeah, like that one.
It's funny because I imagine we would be difficult to detect because Sala is Sala, and I have those boots of Elvenkind now, so we don't make noise when we go places.
Not at all. You just appear.
So I think that I would not. Christmas would almost, like, revert back to a younger, like, habit right now where he's like, you don't interrupt mom and dad when they're going over business.
Yeah.
So he would just stand and wait in the archway until they notice that they're not alone.
Yeah. After a moment, though, like, Sala looks up at you. She's like, are you okay?
Yeah.
And she waits with you. After probably a couple minutes of just watching this happen, eventually, like, just your mother is much more perceptive than your father, just in general activities. So at one point, Sala, just, like, shifting uncomfortably, finally catches her peripheral vision, and her head turns, and she first is, like, looking at Sala, who moved, and is confused, and she sees you.
I have had an item in my bag ready the whole time, just waiting for them to see me, and I'm just going to toss Christmas's old book that he used to write in about Christmas, the fictional character, across the room, so it just lands on the couch next to her.
Okay. But yeah, the moment she sees you, you see her, like, go pale, like she's seen a ghost. And when your dad is still talking because he doesn't realize anything's happening, but he hears the book hit, and he looks over, sees his wife, like, frozen, looks over as well, and immediately he, like, stands up from his seat facing you, and neither of them have any words as they just stare at you.
Yeah, it's one of them things where you kind of think about everything you're going to say, and then you get to that moment, and you forget all of them, and he's just going to run at his mom.
Yeah, she immediately stands the moment you start moving, and there is no hesitation. Oh, Koop, are you okay, bud?
No!
She stands without hesitation and just throws her arms around you. And you feel her, even though there was not a lot of, like, not regular affection shared, there is some familiarity as she's, like, rubbing circles on your back and holding you as tight as she can. And Reginald only hesitates a moment before he steps over and wraps his arms around you too, so you are between both of your parents. Miriam, when she doesn't pull back, she just like tilts her head back so she can look up at you. She's like, you got taller.
Yeah, a little bit. It might be the boots.
Where have you been? And you just see tears streaming down her face.
That's a real long story. And I want to tell you, you're going to need to sit down. This is my wife.
As she like looks over your shoulder towards Sala, who has stayed where you left her, not wanting to intrude. And you see them make eye contact, and your mother immediately smiles. Which to you is maybe a better reaction than you might have expected. Your parents have always been suspicious of strangers.
I had a feeling that Christmas didn't actually have a great understanding of his relationship with his parents growing up, and it's one of those things where when you go away from them for a long time and then come back, you realize that maybe those emotions were there. They weren't outwardly shown.
Yeah. They weren't obvious.
Yeah.
But it's actually your father, Reginald, who he takes an arm away from you and offers it out towards Sala. And he says, come here, and welcomes her over. And he puts a hand on her shoulder as she wraps an arm around you, because you're her first concern. And Miriam also reaches out to touch her other shoulder. And they just look at her in just shock for a moment. Like, they've never seen you with, like, a girlfriend, I don't assume. But Sala speaks up. She says, I've been looking after him for a while for you. My name's Sala. And Miriam, still keeping an arm around you, like hugs Sala into the group as well. And she says, I just don't, you have to, we've been looking for you the entire time.
Can you both just have a seat, please?
And she takes her husband's hand, and they sit down together on the one couch, while Sala is still holding onto your arm. And you can see, like, there's a moment of your parents, like, needing the other for support. Like, they didn't want to let go of you, but they've got, like, both of their hands clasped together on their laps too. Side by side.
This is gonna sound ridiculous at times, and like something out of a storybook. And I swear to you, every word of it is true. 11 years ago, I was gonna get married. And the night before, I made a wish. I didn't even realize I was making it at the time. And the princess of the Sealy Court of the Feywild whisked me away into an amazing, wonderful, and terrifying place. And I tell them everything. Literally everything except the time when Christmas shot a guy in a kneecap.
Cool. I cast exposition.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I should also say, if they have a hard time believing this, Christmas has a persuasion of plus 15. So I know how outlandish it's all going to sound to them, but it'd be hard not to believe them.
Just for my fun, I want you to roll a persuasion check with advantage because you have Sala there backing you up.
Well, that's a 30. And that's a 29, so 30.
Yeah. Yeah. There are definitely moments where your parents are just like, what? And Sala just like comes in with details and like tells them a little more.
I will like show them the ace of spades. I will do magic in front of them. I'll use minor illusion to show them things. Like, I'm not just telling them, I'm showing them what happened. Yeah.
As you go through like basically each sort of arc of your story, you can see your parents absolutely like, at first there is the sadness at the memory that you disappeared. And you can tell that your mother wants to say something, but she holds on to it until you're done speaking. And as you like go into your time with the crows back when things were good, you can see like they're happy for you that you had these friends. And when you talk about Sala, and like some of the stuff that went on with her and Tristan, you can see them horrified by Tristan himself and the breaking of the crows. The knowledge that you lost your memory, which I think is one of the biggest parts of this story, immediately you can see breaks their hearts, but also fixes something. That they know you didn't stay away all this time, all this extra time, just because. They know it was because you didn't know everything, that you were looking for things. And hearing that you were away from Sala all this time, and like her talking about like how difficult and complicated the whole relationship is, up until finally fixing things, they are just kind of floored by the fact that you two made it this far. Which, honestly, I think if anybody took a step back and looked at Christmas and Sala's story, would have the same reaction. But as you get to the more recent events of ever since you came into the Nobodies, and you talk about the Ace of Spades and Overwatch and the Lycari and going back to the Feywild. And do you tell them about Morrigan?
I tell them about Morrigan. I also tell them that we literally saw them.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
Yep.
But
that actually would be the part where Christmas sort of like works into the story, that at that point he didn't feel safe going to see them. In fact, for the last few months, he hasn't been able to because he's been afraid it would put them in danger.
Yeah. But as you finally come to the end, up to what you have done most recently, which is killing a minor god, you see them, they've like looked at each other several times during the story like, what the fuck? And you can tell that at multiple points they just want to get up and hug you again, but they let you finish your story, and they share one last look as you say, oh yeah, I killed Osdala, the daughter of Sav, and now I'm here because he, is on our shit list. Yeah, it takes a while. But they look at each other one last time, and your dad speaks up, and he says, that is so much more than I ever imagined, even if we got you back. And he looks at Miriam and he says, occasionally we talk about how we hoped you just ran away and started the life you wanted. And we were hoping that someday you'd come back to tell us about it, but it seems that's not entirely the case. And he looks at Sala and says, but it sounds like despite everything, you've come out the other side with a lot of good. And I think you deserve a thank you. Even though it hurts to know you stayed away longer. You were looking after us. I only wish we could have looked after you in all this time.
And I just don't want you to think that I'd stayed away because I resented you or anything. But there were times where I wonder if I would have left on my own. Not because I hated you or hated it here, but just because a young man was fascinated with something outside of his own world and wanted to experience that. But now that I have, I kind of just miss home. And I hate to say it, but I didn't come back to stay.
I know. From all you've said, I can tell that there's a lot still that needs to be done.
And there's a chance that I may not come back from it.
And at that point, your dad has mostly held it together. He's usually a fairly straight-faced man, but your mother has definitely shed a few tears during this story. When you say that, like, you see more tears start to brim. And she says, "You're involved in so many dangerous things. And these things aren't your responsibility."
If I don't do these things, my friends will try, and they'll probably die. Maybe they can do it without me, I don't know.
But you won't let them.
But I won't let them. I'm one of the only people that can do this. So that means I have to.
So, what happens if you don't come back?
Then it's someone else's turn.
Sala speaks up at that, and she says, "Whatever happens, I know it's not a lot of consolation, but whatever happens, I'm with him. And if I can bring him back, I will. And if I can't, I'll go with him. But no matter what, even if we're not successful, I know there's people out there that will take this up in our place. Someone is going to end this, and I hope it's us. It's not for nothing, even if we fail. And Miriam looks down, and your father, he's still holding her hands, and you see him like squeeze her hands a bit, says, then I suppose we can't do much other than wait and hope. It's not fair. It's not fair to you. It's not fair to any of us.
It's not fair. And that's exactly why we're doing something about it.
I know.
But I'll tell you this. If we do make it back, I'll promise you, this isn't going to be the last time you've seen me. And I'm going to bring all my friends here. Maybe not Noah, because there's a lot of wood in these houses, and it's very flammable. But maybe I'll bring you to see him. But
Well,
yeah, you'd like them. You'd like Foostrak, especially.
I think we'd love all of them.
Yeah.
You were always good at picking good people. Shut up, man. But Miriam speaks up and she says, I also think we owe you an apology.
No.
We
Don't you
do.
dare. No. No.
We tried to arrange your future. And she looks at her husband, she says, and we were sure that was why you left.
Do you know what happened to her?
Well, after we broke the news to everybody that you were missing, we waited a little while to tell everybody. We told a couple half-truths that we had to delay things. We were hoping that you would either get some sense or realize that you didn't want to run off and you'd come back, but when you didn't, and no one could find any trace of you, we told her family the truth that you disappeared. And for a while, people suspected foul play. People thought you'd been kidnapped for ransom, but we never got any kind of demands. And eventually, we told her to go on her way, and we kept in contact for a while. She was always very sweet, but eventually she married, and her family wasn't very happy about it. She married someone that they didn't like at all. Someone lower class. And she went off to Harris. I believe, last we heard of her, she lives in Midcourt. And she has her own little family now.
I'll look over at Sala, be like, Ven was a... she was a friend. So someday we should track her down and go visit so I can apologize.
Be happy to help with that when you come back.
Appreciate it. The less scary thing should probably be taken care of first. So we'll deal with Sav, and then I'll go see my ex and see about that apology.
I'm sure, considering all of this, she won't be too gutted about it anymore. Most of all, when we told her you were gone, she wasn't upset. She was worried. We could tell she actually liked you. But she looks over at her husband and she says, we just kept, well, for a couple months things weren't so great here, but all we could really do was pull ourselves together and keep going. We found things to keep us busy, people to work with and support. I never had the heart to change your room or get rid of anything. It's all still there.
We're gonna have to go back first thing in the morning, so I'll just put a hand on each of their shoulders. You raised a damn good kid. And I had some pretty fine parents. You should be proud.
And Sala adds on to that. And she says, you also raised one of the most dramatic, wonderful, bravest people I've ever met. And Miriam, she's half crying, half chuckling. She says, the drama was all him. We didn't do that.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, Sala. I think Isaac gets about half the credit for that, and I get the other half. But, that's... yeah. Let me put something together for you two. We'll get out some blankets and everything you need. And are you too hungry? Christmas is I don't think I've eaten in 36 hours.
Yeah, I feel like Sala has a thing where if somebody asks that and she knows you haven't eaten, she grabs you and says, yes, he's hungry.
His stomach growls so loudly at that, shit, that's right, food is a thing that exists.
Yeah.
I should probably eat that.
And Miriam immediately, she takes you by the face and she pulls you down and kisses your forehead. And she says, give me 30 minutes. And she rushes off, wiping tears away, rushes off toward the kitchen. And you hear her call for some of the people who work in the house, calling for them, come help me. We need a late night dinner. And she's just sobbing as she goes. And your dad is standing there just tear, a single tear streaks down his face, but he's trying to hold it together. He's like, that's how it should be. That's... Oh, I need a drink. Did you ever get a taste for it? Do you want a drink, son?
I stopped. Mostly. Some days are better than others.
How about I break out the non-alcoholic cider? And he...
No,
kind of
no, get the good stuff.
He's like, all right. And he wipes his face and he heads off for the cellar, which leaves you and Sala alone for a moment. And she takes your arm again and like leans her head against your shoulder. And she says very quietly, she says, "You know, from some of the stories you told me, I thought they were going to be kind of heartless. They're very lovely."
Well, you know, when you're growing up and you're young, your brain kind of exaggerates certain details about your parents. Fuck, there's something in my eye. I swear I'm not actually crying this time. There's something in my eye. Fuck.
But she nods. She says, I know how that goes. But I'm glad we did this.
Do you trust me?
Not at all. Ever.
When we get back, I'm going to leave again. Just for a little bit. Probably. I'll come back.
I don't like probably.
I know. It's not the coming back that I'm concerned about. It's the when I would come back that worries me. But I'm
What are you going to do?
Make it a brief trip. I'm going to go see Morrigan.
Alone?
I think it's probably better if I go alone. Magda was talking about heading to see her dad and Gwen's parents, and honestly, I think you probably should go with them. Technically, it's your parents, too, so, you know, sorry. You have to meet your in-laws, and I get to skip that part, but someday. But this is something I need to do by myself.
Okay. I do trust you.
I know, that was a rhetorical question.
I know, but I think it bears saying that I have never not trusted you. Even when you pulled a gun on me and didn't know who I was.
Gun wasn't loaded.
I know.
I think even then, I still trusted you no matter what. Stomach gurgles again.
Oh, God. And she, like, tugs you toward the dining room that's attached to the kitchen. And I think that's a good spot to, like, fade out of that one as well. So, quick pulse check. Are we done for today, or do we want to do the Morgan thing? I feel like Koop needs a minute to recuperate. Maybe.
The Morgan thing.
Recuperate.
The Morgan thing would be quick, so I will leave that up to everyone else.
What do you guys think?
I'm fine with it. I'm not going anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with it too.
I canceled my thing that I was gonna do because it's
Woo!
so.
Okay, I promise this won't turn into an 8-hour session. I promise.
No, you're cool. I am.
Oh, okay. Let's do it.
No, let's not do 8 hours. I'm just sitting here.
I can't do an 8-hour.
I'm reliving middle school and just drawing Inuyasha over and over again.
I love it.
I'm good until like at the latest 4 p.m. Like no later than that.
Yeah, we should be done well ahead of that.
This won't take long.
But yeah. You spend an evening with your parents and your wife and have a lovely home-cooked meal that, despite your parents having, like, not a massive staff, but a few, your mom was always pretty fond of, like, especially baking. Cooking less so, but she definitely, like, pulls out all the stops for this, even though it's fairly small. And your dad probably brings out, like, 10 different bottles, like, trying to see what you like. He has always been kind of a gin man himself, whereas your mom is...
A man after my own heart.
Right.
Oh my god.
Love gin.
Whereas your mom is definitely more of she likes like simpler mixed drinks. Like she would be somebody who likes coffee liqueur with something else in it. But yeah, he brings out just a full line of stuff. Just like, what do you guys like? And you guys have a lovely meal and evening, and your mom puts together your room and everything. And thankfully, even as a kid, you had a double bed, so there's plenty of room.
And even though it's going to
loaded.
be really, really early in the morning, because it's like 8 hours and then we're gone.
Yeah.
Even though it's that, I still make sure to say goodbye before leaving, because I understand how traumatic it would be to do an Irish goodbye.
Yeah. Yeah. I will say that in the morning, knowing that you're going to leave so early, your mom woke up in time to make you a little something to send you guys off with. Like, I feel like she made biscuits and gravy, because that seems like the kind of thing this family would love. But she also sends you guys off with like just a couple things from that are like the ranch is known for. So your parents don't like run a vineyard, but they own one, and so they send you like with a couple bottles of wine for like you and all your friends. And your mom, seeing Sala's kind of style, she brings Sala this beautiful hand knitted like soft blue scarf, and just quietly gives it to her, and you get the symbolism of the moment. It's just your mom being like, welcome to the family. But they see you off. They get to experience you teleporting, which is a crazy high level spell for normal people, so they're floored. But you arrive back in time for Sala to join Magda on her little trip, and I assume that that's about the time you go on yours.
So, yeah, I would check on one more thing before leaving, which is assuming Noah is back, getting that, and then I need to talk to Christine about getting my own weapon tattoo.
Your tattoo?
Yep, my own weapon tattoo. Which would not be that big of a tattoo to get.
No, not really. It's just an addition to one you already have. Yeah. Christine, after they get back from the gear forge, she knows that you guys are kind of doing some things and might need her, so she and Chips are staying for the moment. Rolliger and Vern are under enough control with just Kit there and Ember that they're like, that can wait for a hot second while we're getting ready to fuck Sab up. So when you go to find her, most of the GWC has moved into the city at this point after a few days. So Sing Tower is less crazy. And in fact, if you check in, you'll find out that the Hesperians have completely retreated out of the city. And the rebels are having a hard time holding it now.
Love it.
But you find Christine on the bottom floor, tinkering with some projects of hers. At the moment, she's got this. To you, it looks like a metal cube, with a bunch of moving parts on the outside of it. And she's like adding things, moving things, and you're not really sure what the whole fucking purpose of this object is. You can't see what its function is, but she's doing her thing and like covered in like a couple like grease spots as she goes. But as you approach, she looks up. She's like, "Oh, hey, bud, what's up? Did you have fun?"
Yeah, that's a word to describe it.
Well, yeah.
So I noticed that Magda has a new little trick. The sword.
She's got a lot.
There's a lot
tricks.
of them, but there's one in particular I was wondering about, and I think Noah may have helped with it a little bit, but it's being able to store her rapier.
Yeah. Yep, that was all the boy.
Cool. But you know how to do it now?
Yeah.
He'll just roll up his sleeve, show the Keplinger holdout device that he has, point to where the cards get held, and pull out the ace and set it down. You up for a challenge?
I'm always up for a challenge.
Wonderful.
That's not a challenge. Let's do this. And she puts down all her stuff and like pulls off her gloves and everything. She takes off to like go wash up a little bit. When she comes back, she starts digging in her bag, and you see her pull out like her tattooing needles and all the tools she needs. And she says, okay, so am I incorporating this into the existing design, or do you want to like change it up a little bit?
I kind of want to do a little bit of both. The idea is that instead of just holding the one card, it would be holding two.
Okay.
And I will describe to her what I would like the other card to look like.
Should it be the Ace of Spades?
It is going to be the Ace of Spades. And instead of having just the spade in the middle of it, it is going to have a figure similar to other face cards. It is going to be Marin Veneer holding the Ace of Spades.
Yes.
And that's how the gun gets there. She's literally holding it.
Hell yeah. I love it. All right. Yeah. Christine spends a moment drawing out the design that you're looking for, and when you say Marin Veneer specifically, she's like, oh, hold on one sec, and she like digs in her bag, and she pulls out this book that you recognize is like a first edition copy of one of the Obsidian Archive books. And she starts flipping through to an illustration where you have seen Marin's face before. You've seen the statue. You've seen a couple, like, illustrations of her before. But this one is far more detailed, to the point that you're like, somebody who knew her did this. And she takes it and she's, like, drawing out her stylized version that will suit your tattoo. Takes a moment to make sure she gets all the detail on the Ace of Spades right. And then as soon as she's ready, she like douses your arm in like rubbing alcohol and just like scrubs it a little bit to make sure everything's clean. And without warning, she just starts stabbing you. Because that's how Christine is when she's excited about something. It's not going to take nearly as long as like a full tattoo, of course, but it'll probably take her a solid hour to do the design and make sure that the actual spell component is completed correctly. Once she gets toward the end, where she's working on the final details of the ace, she actually calls Walter over to check with him, because Christine she can do enchanted things, but she herself is not a magic caster. So when Walter comes over, she's like, Walter, but can you like double check this for me and just make sure I'm doing this right? And he like leans in as she's doing this, and you can see Walter doesn't like needles as he's watching this. Even though he has some tattoos of his own, you can tell he still doesn't like them. As she's working on the final like runic symbols that are on the gun in such fine detail, he sort of double checks her work, and as soon as she puts in like the final dot of ink, you feel this sensation like freezing on your arm, and then it sort of goes back to normal. And Walter looks it over, and you see his eyes flash as he basically identifies your tattoo to double check it. He says, that appears to be correct. Should be suited for any weapon you like, but especially the ace.
I'll try it with the ace. Does it work?
Yeah. You can develop your own way of how you like make it appear and disappear. But yeah, as you squeeze the handle of the gun and it disappears, and you see the tattoo itself Is your tattoo in color or is it black and white?
It is one of the only tattoos he still has that's in color. The rest of his turned black when he joined the Court of Reckoning.
Okay. So you'll notice that the like red of Marin's hair and her blue jacket like light up in color, whereas previously they were black. And you see the Ace of Spades take on its color, and each of the runes that is visible, or each of the alchemical symbols that's visible on the barrels, lights up in its own little colors, to the point that if you were in a pitch black room, these might have the slightest glow.
Cool. Well, thank you all. I owe both of you for this. This is going to come in handy.
Walter shrugs. He says, I just looked at it. You owe me nothing. And Christine says, yeah, you owe me. Yeah, lots.
Cool.
I'm going to call in a favor later, especially for that Davenport and the suit and the dress and all the party favors. We're going to have one hell of a wedding, boy.
I believe you, and I'll give you even more power over the wedding if you'll do one more thing for me.
I'm not gonna take your wedding for you. I'm just gonna make sure it happens.
No. I'm just saying, like, I will give you full control over my wedding as long as Sala approves of everything you do. Full control over my wedding if you do one more favor for me.
I'll do the extra favor anyway. What do you want?
Tell everyone I'm not entirely sure when I'll be back, but it should be within the next 5 days. And I'll snap my fingers, and I'm going to plane shift to the Feywild.
Okay. Yeah. Hold on.
The break.
Yeah, it is instantaneous.
Yep.
Fuck, I thought plane shift took a second.
Nope.
Yeah, no, you snap and you're fucking gone.
Cool.
You, for anybody who sees it, plane shift functions a little differently from teleport, where basically your form turns like Feywild green and then snaps together and like with a quiet like thunderclap. You do not get the same sensation that you do with teleport, because this is the first time you use this spell, and you're not ready for the feeling of literally everything except your consciousness collapsing into like a single bead at once. It's not like uncomfortable or painful or anything. It's just like your body no longer exists for a moment. It is just your mind without any housing. And you feel your mind just flung through just the ether. And you see as you go, even though you do not have eyes to see, you can perceive that you are going along this like spiraling trajectory of like residuum green energy, basically raw mana carrying you to the Feywild. And then suddenly your mind hits this stone wall as you realize you just hit the front of your own skull as your body reappears in the Feywild in a similar snap of energy. Where did you send yourself specifically?
To the break.
To the break. Okay. You will land on the ledge outside the break because you cannot teleport into it.
Right.
But you're right in front of the hidden door.
Exactly why I didn't go into Hollow Mordu or the break, because that would have probably killed me. Cool. And then from there, I'm just going to make my way inside.
Okay. Yeah. You head through the break. There's not a whole lot of activity in here, though you do see some members of her council in here that like recognize you with a nod as you go by. You don't see any of the crows in here at the moment, but going to where the door to Hollow Mordu sits, or the door to sort of Morrigan's area that is in part Hollow Mordu, you see that Ross is standing outside of it, looking much better than the last time you saw him, because last you left him, he was wrecked from helping his mother ascend. And he just looks at you and gives you a nod and opens the door for you.
I give him a little wink as I walk by.
Yeah. Welcome back. But as you step in, you don't step into Hollow Mordew, or you step into the actual hall of Hollow Mordew as you enter, and you see like the big open chamber that the Ascension and like the feast was in. You see the huge Triskel in the floor, and you see already waiting for you, sitting in her pretty simple, not really a throne, just kind of a chair at the head of the room. You see Morrigan sitting there, expecting you.
I will just sort of move forward towards her and then do a little bow in front of her chair.
Not necessary.
It's good to see you.
It's good to see you too. You look a little, got a little more color to you. What can I do for you, Christmas?
We've dispatched Rezio and Osdala, as you are likely aware.
Very.
I've come here for two reasons. One is this, and I'll take out essentially a small little notebook that he's put together, and he'll hand that to her. And we don't need to get into what's in there, but Taiylor, I will let you know that on the outside it says plans for Jade Street.
Okay.
This is an idea that I've just been noodling around in my head a little bit for what comes next, because well, I guess what comes after next, because next is Sav. We know how to get to him, and that brings up the second reason why I'm here. I would like to renegotiate the terms of our contract. A lifetime of service for the power to destroy Sav. Whatever you can give me.
Shit.
Instant death.
New spell unlocked, summon God.
I knew this was
Advanced power word kill.
So
if you have below 100,000 hit points.
1/10 level spell slot.
I actually think I will cut it right there, because this is going to be a long-ass conversation.
Yep.
And we're already over by 45 minutes. Yeah, we'll renegotiate your contract next time. Interesting. I did not expect this to happen before the epilogue. Okay. So, in that case, Jesus. I expected this to happen, just not now. Why do you keep doing things I'm not ready for yet? You and Ben, man.
I'm
You've got a couple
so
weeks to
sorry.
prepare.
Yeah, you have a couple weeks to prepare.
Yeah. That is a question. Did we ever fucking find out about the February 4th thing?
I've had enough new stuff come up for next weekend that
Okay.
it's just not gonna happen.
Okay. So yeah, in that case, it looks like we are clear for February except for the 4th.
Well,
But,
and the 25th.
Oh, and the 25th, because you're going to be in Florida.
Wait,
What?
25th? 25th, yeah.
You're gonna be in Florida, and I'm so sorry.
I'm not.
I know you're going for a happy reason, but I wish that happy reason wasn't in Florida, because Florida sucks.
I'm not like super jazzed about actual Disney World, but I am excited about Universal and staying in a resort and writing my book. That sounds nice.
Yeah. That does sound nice. Yeah. But anyway, we will be back on February fucking math.
February 11th.
February 11th. Right before Valentine's Day.
Do we want to dress up?
No.
Okay.
Valentine's Day is not a holiday. You can dress up.
Yeah, go for it.
I'll wear my favorite shirt for you if you want.
We'll wear a shirt.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No pants though.
No.
I will not be tits out.
I should hope not. TOS, man. You're not sorry, you bastard. So yes, next time, I know this session was pretty much 4 single person sessions, and I'm sorry about that, but we had a lot of stuff to shore up before we get into what is truly the final stretch of this nonsense game. And everybody dying. So the fun part is, though, like, if everybody dies, there's going to be a mini campaign before it ends, so that'll be fun. We'll see what happens. But thank you, everybody, for joining us. You can catch us on Twitch 11 a.m. Eastern on Saturdays, except for next Saturday, and see our VODs and podcasts following Wednesdays on YouTube, Spotify, and other podcast platforms. I have caught up all of the VODs on YouTube. Ash, how's the podcast going?
It will be updated
Okay.
at some point.
Please soon.
Yes.
But other than that, I don't think there's anything else necessarily special going on. Our final note document has been started, called The Reckoning, but we'll see. But thank y'all again for joining us, and we'll see you on the 11th. Bye.
Bye.